sebi.
Da.
Šta je ovo? I onda dok sam se razradila.
Ja ne bih da slušam stvarno vaše pametne razgovore.
Send me an email when I send you to. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, can you hear me? Good morning.
Ja delim crnjake.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the third day of the Forced Privacy Week. Today we have also chosen privacy. We hope that you have too, in line with our slogan this year, Choose Privacy. During the previous 2 days, we talked about the role of personal data in the global election year, about media reporting and privacy protection, about judicial protection of privacy, about the topical case of cyber attacks on EPS data, as well as about the consequences of sharing private content. Today, we continue at the same pace, very interesting topics, even more interesting interlocutors. We're talking about the future of digital surveillance. The moderator of this panel is Uroš Mišljenović, program coordinator of Partner Serbia, and Uroš's panelists are Aleksa Tešić, journalist BIRN, Apostolos Fotiadis, investigative reporter Greece, Filip Milošević, activist, Chef Foundation, Adriana Ristić, associate of the Belgrade Center for Security Policy. We will welcome your active participation today as well. Feel free to ask questions in the section provided for that. And for those of you who follow us through the YouTube channel, live chat is open throughout all panels. Dear Uroš, the floor is yours. Thank you, dear panelists, for arriving. And we will have a colleague from Greece who will join us through the video link. We will talk in the next hour and a half about the issue of surveillance. We frequently talk about video surveillance, but we will also talk about the wider, broader topic of digital surveillance, of communication, use of internet, our movements, facial recognition software. And we will put it in the context of what we're dealing with, human rights and privacy protection. At the beginning, I should say that surveillance practices are becoming more intensive throughout the world, both in autocratic societies and in democratic societies. And as an important characteristic of all those surveillance programs, is that public institutions procure that equipment for private companies, and those practices are more or less transparent. They're known to the public, and we will talk about the influence of such surveillance practices on the freedom of expression, on the actions of activists, of political opposition, also the chilling effect on activism. We'll also talk about how legal these practices are and how harmonized they are with ethical principles. So these are more or less the topics that I would like to raise to attract your attention. We will focus especially about what is currently going on and what we know is going on in terms of surveillance. The surveillance that exceeds the limits of legality. After that, we will focus on how much we know about what is going on and how much do we know how it is used, and we will complete our talks discussing some new trends of making such practices legal. I would suggest that we start this conversation with some examples that occurred in Serbia in the past year or two. So let's start from Adriana, from the research that she conducted regarding the latest examples of surveillance of those who think differently and who express those views in different ways. So what have you registered when it comes to digital surveillance over people in Serbia? Thank you very much for inviting me. And as for the latest examples, I'm sure that this is no exception. Similar things are happening regionally and globally. But it seems that in Serbia we have an increasing trend of such cases, and I think that this is because of the increasing pressure on authorities in Serbia. We have several mass protests that occurred in the past 4 or 5 years, starting from the mass protests on the occasion of COVID. Then we had mass environmental protests, and the latest Serbia Against Violence protests on the occasion of tragedies that occurred in May, and finally the protests regarding suspicions of election rigging. And we have attacks at activists, and in this case also students. We had the latest case where students who organized the protest, students against violence, were recorded by, we suspect, Interior Ministry members, and people were recorded who had photos from identity cards and data from identity cards of students, and it's a question how they got them. The only way to get them is from the Interior Ministry, and the only way to identify those persons is by using facial recognition software. And that's something similar to what happened in 2021 when we also had environmental protest, and protesters were recorded, and people received fines for blocking the roads, although nobody identified them in person. So this is an indication that there was actually the use of facial recognition software. And this is not allowed in Serbia. There was no electronic surveillance. In addition to those cases, which certainly influence the thoughts of activists, whether a student will start to protest depends a lot on how they will live after it. So I think that this affects activists a lot. We also had examples of journalists where there are suspicions that authorities intercepted private communication between journalists and people who, actually of people who work in the media and journalists. And we have a couple of examples. Only last year, Informer, for example, published a story saying that a text is being prepared in cooperation between KRIK and New York Times, where top public officials will be connected with organized crime, the Veljko Belivuk clan. And this was published in Informer before it was published anywhere else. And they could not have had an insight into these exchanges in any other way. Also, Informer in May published that The Guardian was working on a text criticizing the head of state. And we have to suspect that such a thing happened because we did not receive the appropriate answer how this could happen if no digital surveillance had not been used. Thank you very much for this. And when we unpack in such a short time so many cases against people who have something to say, which is not along the lines of the majority opinion and the opinion of the authorities, you use this word illegal at some point. Can we shed some light on that term illegal? We feel that this is illegal, that this should not be happening, but what is that defines this as impermissible? Under the law, the police can record certain events if this is announced in advance. And this was announced. But there is a problem because no facial recognition technology or software is allowed because our laws do not recognize this. This is not contained anywhere. In my research, I analyzed numerous laws that define the competencies of different institutions in Serbia, and none of them mention any biometric surveillance, facial recognition software. So whenever we have the use of this software, this illegality arises. This is a problem, in other words, because this is the use of a very intrusive technology where biometric data is collected, and this data affect the activists whose data is collected without their permission. And the public does not really know what biometric data is and how they can be negatively affected as a result of the use of illegal use of biometric data. Thank you for the clarification. I think that it is important to say that those practices are illegal, but they are still implemented. We will later come to what is being done regarding this illegality. Philip, let's go to some other recent cases. Share Foundation was rather active in shedding light on case of surveillance of people who are very active in the civil sector. Can you tell us what really happened regarding the surveillance of their telephones, their devices? It's interesting. We have been following those cases of very advanced spying software, such as Pegasus or similar, in the world. But so far, we have never had examples in our country. Although from time to time, we conducted some forensic activities with journalists who suspected that they might be under surveillance. We never found any evidence. What is interesting now is that a large private company, such as Apple, is starting to analyze its infrastructure, and on the basis of certain indicators that are known now, they are starting to notify their users who are the potential targets of cyber attacks mounted by the state. And two members of a civil society received notifications from Apple, so to their Apple account on iCloud, so through email, they received that they were potentially the victims of state-sponsored attacks. And they addressed us because they know that that we cooperate with them. They asked us to check this and to help them. First of all, we wanted to check whether this was an authentic message, and we received confirmation through specifically Access Now organization. No, it's not Access Now. It's irrelevant, an international organization, that this message was authentic. Internews, they have contact with them and received confirmation that this was an authentic notification. What we found out was that on that day, Apple rolled out notifications to different activists, journalists, and civil society members throughout the world. So Serbia was not an isolated case. They obviously collect those cases, and at some point they notify the people throughout the world. And this is where we realized that we should deal with those cases more seriously. We did some basic forensics of the telephone, because there are those tools that are available throughout the world that deal with forensics, that deal with spy software. We used those tools in the previous years because they were open sources. But now we needed some additional support, because in the meantime, those who produce those software, such as Pegasus, this is an Israeli NSO group. It used those indicators and databases of indicators on the basis of which they proved the existence of the software in order to make patches in their spy software. So we sent some samples that we downloaded from those phones to the investigative reporters who work much more seriously on that than we do. And on the basis of those logos and indicators, they concluded that attacks occurred in August last year, that they were most likely unsuccessful in view of the fact that the phones were updated and that those patches had already been installed on the iOS. And this was an omission that had been used previously to compromise phones using Pegasus software. So we received actually confirmation that attacks did occur. We hope that they were unsuccessful, and we addressed the public with this information without any evidence. This is something that we will probably never find out, who was the author of such attacks, because the nature of such sophisticated attacks is such that it's very difficult to know who did it. People frequently ask, how can Apple claim that these are state-sponsored attacks, and why can't those be some traditional hackers? Well, simply because NSO Group sells such software only to states for the purpose of fighting against terrorism and organized crime. And such software that is purchased by the states under the auspices of anti-terrorist fight are misused by the state in order to conduct surveillance over the people who do not think like they do, or CSO members. It's interesting that early this year, NSO Group published a transparency report which went unnoticed. They said they initiated proceedings against states that misused their software and did not use it to fight terrorists, but to conduct surveillance over activists. So we are where we are. The company has started dealing with the issue. Yes, thank you for those details. It's clear that we cannot know all the details. But is there any indication whether your own state is surveilling you or some other state? And another question for you would be, does anybody else, apart from Apple, have such notifications for users? No, right now this is being done only by Apple. The Android system is completely different. There are many telephone producers, different OSs that operate on different hardwares, and I think that this will have to be the initiative of each individual producer. And I do not know if Google has the intention of doing the same thing as Apple. What Apple is doing is really interesting, to say the least. But it's also a cause for concern, because what would we have done if a company that has some power had not decided to send those notifications? We would still not know, and we would still be in the same situation as we had been before, which would force us to conduct forensic investigations of hundreds or thousands of phones, only suspecting that we're being surveilled only to find a few. This scandal was uncovered because the list of telephone numbers that were surveilled had leaked. This probably leaked from an intelligence agency, and using the reverse process, forensic laboratories came to the people who had those telephone numbers and asked them to give them their phones to analyze them, and then they succeeded in detecting that software and to learn how they operate in order to have tools that detect those software.
Okay, I would like now to include Apostolis, if you can hear us. So,
I can hear you, yes.
So how do these examples from Serbia sound to you? What do you think of them? And if you can tell us about related practices in the EU that you have heard of, maybe. So to put things in a context that goes beyond the borders of Serbia.
Yes, I think there's a small delay in the video, so you might and I can also hear myself. If the technician can fix that, fine. But otherwise, I will know if it's boring or not. So yeah, it's good. Thanks. So thank you very much for having me, and sorry for not making it to Belgrade this time. I would really like to be there. What the other people on the panel have been discussing does not sound unique or anything not known. The situation of the proliferation of surveillance state level and from private actors is something that we have been experiencing in different countries. Unfortunately, Greece has been at the forefront of developments after the Predator scandal broke out, which has indicated that there is a nexus of interests bringing together deep state political power, private interests who try to exploit the emergence of this new reality. The details of the Predator scandal in Greece have been discussed a lot and internationally. I just need to say that from all the evidence in place, it appears that the government has been soliciting services from an originating Israeli company in order to spy on journalists, civil society, politicians. And also, there is indication that it has allowed the company to export from Greece to other countries. So there is a major case among the many cases that have occurred in Europe. From our research and from the work we have been doing, the investigations we have been doing on how EU policy is evolving around the issue since the emergence of the scandals, there is a very big question occurring, which is why states have not moved timely in order to regulate and confront the emergence of the surveillance for hire reality. And there is not an easy answer to this, but there's clear indication that it is a period that European Union member states and countries outside of the European Union in Europe, like Serbia, are feeling the ground and are trying to understand how they could exploit the new reality before this is framed and regulated in appropriate manners, something which is very dangerous given the authoritarian tendencies also observed in many European countries. Now, for us who look more on the EU policy landscape with our investigations, there's another reason of concern emerging, which has to do that the Union itself has adopted approaches who seem not to understand the gravity of the situation and the risks that are unfold because of the emergence of surveillance as a tool. And through latest political initiatives, there's been serious questions about the motivations of politicians in places of great power. We've done a series of investigations the last 2.5 years with two colleagues I would like to mention, Mr. Giacomo Zandonini and Mr. Ludek Stavinoha. A number of them have also been carried by the Balkan Insight, which has done a very good work and has given us a lot of space to deploy the research and the investigations. And what we have observed is that there is a merge, a meeting of private market interests, political agendas and power, and specifically law enforcement agencies' agendas and priorities in order to try and use the latest technological opportunities in order to expand their mandates and also impose more intrusive modes of surveillance. I will mention only one of these investigations which came up last September, and you can find it also on the Balkan Insight as an example. There was a very long discussion after the European Commission, the DG Home in the European Commission proposed legislation in order to tackle child sexual abuse material online. And there was a very big discussion around the proposals made through the regulation and the technology that was intended to be used. So the idea was there that companies would be obliged to scan the devices of every customer in Europe as long as there was a judicial order for detection using client-side scanning technology. What this technology does mostly is that it uses algorithms in order to scan devices before or after messages have been encrypted and reports them back to a center which then monitors for suspicious material. There were very serious concerns emerging from these proposals because the technology is not fit for purpose, as it has been admitted afterwards by the UK government, for example, which was also flexing a similar legislation in Britain, the UK Online Safety Bill. The technology is not fit for purpose, and it was promoted by market interests who imagined or saw the opportunity for creating a new market, billion euros turnover market being established because of the implication to do the scanning. Of course, companies cannot write their own code, and all of them have algorithms that will do this. So most of them would resort into outsourcing to companies that specifically produce client-side scanning technology in order to perform the legal obligations. But there were also very serious questions about how this technology can be tweaked in order to scan for other things on devices, not only for CSAM, child sexual abuse material. And through the investigation, we found concrete evidence that these discussions were taking place. We have seen minutes, for example, of Europol, the EU law enforcement agency, discussing with the Commission about the regulation and explaining to the Commission that they would be very interested to explore opportunities for tweaking the technology to scan for other reasons. Of course, for criminal activity, but then the discussion is how far you go when you start actually exploiting this kind of technology in such a way. Or they would like to retain data regardless of whether it was connected to any suspicion for criminal activity or not. The landscape, just because of this description, basic description, probably you can feel that the landscape is very insecure, and there's a lot of forces experimenting with technology that has emerged and with opportunities that have emerged lately, and the lack of regulation and of a discussion around how this situation has to be confronted is giving ground to opportunistic tendencies, which ought to be addressed. I will stop here. There's more examples from the research as well as more discussion. We could pursue it if you're interested afterwards.
Thank you for this example. This is a very interesting example. And we have heard this so that we can put things in a broader context. And I would have a question for later for you about some special or individual private and corporate interests that were part of the process of lobbying for the development of new regulations. But I would like now to pay attention to Serbia again. I said that the governments resort to surveillance, and one of the reasons for that is that they have become cheap, relatively cheap for a country that has a state budget at its disposal. Procurement has become more accessible, and so since they have power, it's like with this guy who has a hammer in his hand, so everything looks like a nail to him. So they will try to put various things in the service of their interests. So we're now arriving at the question of procurement of surveillance equipment. Alexa worked on that a lot, not in terms of procuring this equipment, but researching this. So I would like to ask you a question related to the equipment procured by local self-governments in Serbia, municipalities and cities. So for whom they are acquired and for which purpose? We have started to research that municipalities are procuring equipment mostly for the Ministry of the Interior. Traffic surveillance, video surveillance, monitoring of traffic, this ends up in the Ministry of the Interior, and they do not hide this fact that it's for the Ministry of the Interior. We have the report from Ombudsman in Kraljevo. He said that it's not quite okay and it should be done by that, and the Ministry of the Interior should procure that directly, and that's what municipalities are buying. And farmers market also. In Novi Sad, for example, they have this face recognition option. It's difficult to prove that they have this functionality because in their specification, they put the model of the equipment or the relevant or adequate software. So we have to, as journalists, have to be careful and not say that it is definitely a face recognition software that used for the recognition of people, but we have this, that video surveillance does not prerequisites in place for installing it. And the number of institutions that have prepared these prerequisites is very small. It's commonplace. So, and nobody has prepared the risk assessment, privacy risk assessment, and other risk assessments in order to introduce that. Just to ask one question to understand. So, at a stage when procurement transaction is underway, you analyze the documents about the equipment to be procured, so its specifications are specified, and when a procurement transaction is concluded and when the equipment is bought, do we have the document on the actually purchased equipment? Well, software is in the monitoring center, and access to monitoring center is subject to certain approvals, so it's not easy to get. And it's special level, this face recognition, special option. And we've found several instances where that was, for example, elementary school in Požega and general education high school and so on. And schools were buying that, particularly elementary school, even kindergartens. Of course, this is Chinese surveillance. I spoke to some experts in which Chinese equipment you get a lot for a small price. And people in China very often used face recognition software, so their equipment comes with that. People say cameras are recognizing a face. It's a very low number of such cameras, but it's done. Face recognition is done in monitoring centers based on software, so one would have to get there to prove that. So it is the task for the commissioner, because such technology is used at very early age. So we have to see whether it's really in the interest of security of these children and how that can affect that. So this is this eternal fraud, privacy or security. Particularly when we mention such sensitive age, and it's particularly sensitive after the May events, after which there was a lot of discussion how to make children safer. And I have to say that I'm quite astounded by what I've heard. But this equipment that is being purchased, it goes beyond the activities of municipalities and the Ministry of the Interior. And we also have a piece of news from Power Industry of Serbia, where an employee of EPS said that she personally saw this surveillance equipment and in warehouse in Lazarevac, and that it was used for internal needs, for surveillance within the company. So what do we know about this practice of EPS? We got this official memo that drones were procured able to identify people from some 800-meter distance, and wiretapping equipment and forensics for surveillance of phones. And it was common knowledge that phones are listened, and these are thousands of workers. And then Natasha Prišić said that they also have spyware that was paid $2 million. And then there were also statements from the trade union, and in October 2021 we published some texts on encrypted phones, so it fitted very well together. So they're protecting oneself and also surveying others, doing the surveillance of others. And So simply not in the job description that the institutions to do the digital forensics of phone and to do surveillance, they can have a drone in order to inspect their installations to see whether there is a fire somewhere or whatever. But for persons, no. And that company that procured it is dealing only with spy technologies for personal surveillance. It's not a company that is offering industrial solutions. So this figure, €2 million, I haven't heard about that before, but I know that Pegasus Predator were investigated, and in those fairs of such equipment visited by states and security services, some price lists leaked from these fairs, and one said that the Pegasus costs for 100 devices and 10 simultaneous management of these infected devices, that the price is about €8 million. This is a fair price during the fair, and this is probably negotiated further, but I doubted that our country has the need for that, because it has many other ways to do targeted surveillance here at different levels. And these millions fit very well. So if the price during the fair is 8 million, then 2 million can be quite plausible after negotiations, and there are different packages. I just wanted to add that there is definitely denial by the states and state institutions that this technology is used for the purposes that for it should be used. We were talking, I think in 2019, we were talking about Huawei cameras and procurement. And the Ministry of the Interior says that it's used only for video surveillance. Other functionalities are not used. But then one can ask why buying that technology, not technology which doesn't have these functionalities, and why softwares like ReFi are also being bought, that is doing the face recognition and video surveillance. So before the procurement of any technology that has these functionalities, we have to prepare the legal framework. Without the legal framework, we cannot know whether this technology is used or not used with these additional functionalities. I'm sure that if the state has the option to have a better deal and buy technology with less functionalities, they will pick that if it's only security.
Now I would ask a question, and whoever wants to answer, we want to hear the answer. Would this state be less secure if this were not procured? Maybe this is idealistic, but why don't we know more than we do regarding the characteristics of that equipment? If they presented the specifications, they would be too narrow, and it would resemble as if they were written for somebody, or the public would be alarmed, so it's not in their interest. In this new report, we found dozens of contracts for physical and technical security, and all the specifications are a secret. And it's a question what they procured in those cases. And maybe the issue is with the inflation of value. Sometimes this security equipment costs a lot, and somebody, in order to inflate the value of the public procurement, procures something that is not really necessary but is very intrusive. I wanted to mention the case of social cards, where we have highly intrusive technology, where 130 pieces of data are collected regarding each individual to see whether they belong to the social security system. And when we look at on the basis of what this information is collected. We have a problem with the safeguarding of this information. So we have this algorithm, and we have a problem with what databases does the state have access to for securing social security, social welfare for people. Some groups are more targeted than other groups, and here we see some lack of transparency. I'm sure that citizens would like to know on the basis of what some people can or cannot get social welfare. Yes, it would be a separate topic for another panel. I have a theory, and I don't know what kind of reactions I will get, but it seems to me that this lack of transparency and this lack of communication by the state partly has an intention to deliberately make it vague in order for us not to know how surveilled we are really, and in order not to be afraid of this total surveillance. I think that there is a possibility for information wars among those circles. There are information disturbances that are caused by the dissemination of misinformation regarding what the state has in terms of equipment, what they use in terms of equipment. There are many different examples and statements of state officials which we cannot investigate fully. And this all belongs to a narrative on an omnipotent surveillance that causes fear among people. I talked to some people whose telephones, on whose telephones the forensic examination was conducted. This should be conducted in the presence of the owner of the telephone. But I found out that police frequently say that they can do things which are technically impossible. They say that they have taken some information which technically cannot be taken from a telephone, only in order to communicate to people that they're omnipotent in terms of surveillance and in order to get some other information. There's also the example of the Sky telephones, which was received in the investigation and expert examination of Sky phones, where France and the Israelis or whoever broke the codes, broke the encryption. But there are indications that all this information was obtained through leaking rather than through the breaking of encryption. And throughout the process, they say we can't break anything. We have the statement of the president during COVID that all the telephones are monitored and followed, and that even when the telephone is left at home, the state has a way of knowing where people are moving. And there are frequent examples in the world where states such as Israel, which are among the most advanced in terms of digital surveillance, have big intelligence missions. They cannot foresee certain attacks that occur in their neighborhood. We even have the example of China everybody's talking about. And last year we had an interesting film, Total Trust, that was presented at the Festival of Documentaries last year. It was made by a Chinese director, and it talks about this total surveillance in China and the system of awarding social points. And you can see that in that film that this system is not so advanced as we believed it is. There are cameras, facial recognition works great, data is centralized, they can be cross-referenced. The state has all information about them. This is what we think. But at the end of that film, It turns out that this surveillance and the pressure comes from the neighbors, because in the neighborhood there are some people who are in charge of surveilling and notifying the police station about things that are going on. There are scenes where they show software and have profiles on people, but we actually see that those applications are not working, and that they actually do not have so much control that for example, preventing somebody from going to protests or doing something that they're supposed to do. So this has a detrimental effect. I'm trying to suspect our or doubt our services, because they're probably not using facial recognition. The commissioner was here and he said this is not used. And I think that for them, it's sufficient for them to let us know that Pegasus is here, that cameras are in all municipalities, that President is monitoring us, and that it's all great. We have the situation that we need. Okay, now let's use Apostolis to go back to the supranational level. In his first segment, he spoke about the legislative changes regarding online material that refers to the sexual exploitation of children. And of course, there's a big impetus for understandable reason, to put a stop to such practices. Yesterday, we had a panel on this issue. However, there is the issue of the right measure, legality, and how this will be entrusted to public institutions. And part of those competencies were already presented by you. But what I liked very much in your investigative text is that you have put a focus on interests within those legislative processes. Let me not speak instead of you. Maybe you can tell us something more about how those interests are included in the interests of the community in the legislative processes.
If I understand well, you asked me to describe a little bit, explain a little bit how interests have conflated in order to lobby in favor of the introduction of the technology through the regulation.
Yes.
Is that correct? Yeah.
Yes.
So in this particular investigation, there were specific actors that attracted attention from very early on because of the activity. There was an American company, Thorn, who was very active in supporting the narrative for the introduction of the regulation. It's a company that produces also technology, does client-side scanning for CSAM. But what we noticed was that there was a proliferation of actors from the civil society sector who joined this effort to promote the regulation, and then we wanted to see how solid this group is and who is also supporting it financially. And we uncovered a picture of specific centers dedicating tens of millions of euros for the creation of NGOs during the past year and a half, who in a very targeted manner got established in Brussels, or groups of NGOs, and lobbied in favor of the regulation. So there were very serious questions about revolving doors and budget lines, and how the Commission was facilitating access to these groups in order to arrive to the proper venues and send the message in favor of the regulatory proposals. It was a very interesting example of hijacking a debate, very successfully also, because also, as you said, the moral gravity of discussing the issue of child sexual abuse makes it extremely difficult for people to raise critical questions. So we had to tackle this concern ourselves, because you also have to question yourself on whether you're doing harm when you raise criticism and questions as an effort that has a moral cause. We don't doubt the moral cause many of the NGOs involved in the first place, but there were questions that had to be asked about how other forces might be exploiting the debate in order to push agendas. Given we're talking about lobbies and interests, there is another issue that I wanted to raise because a lot of the fellow discussants talk about how states procure and use the technology. There is an undercurrent reality on before the technology is in place, before this software is being produced. There is another market in which states are involved and which up to today remains largely shady and unregulated, that it helps to be aware of in order to understand what is the mainstream agenda and why we don't see proper initiatives to control and regulate this space. And it has to do with the proliferation of bug bounty markets in Europe, which is taking place in a very quick in very short time, the latest years. So when it comes to discovering vulnerabilities and then making them available as an engineer or a hacker, there are very serious questions on what platforms are being put in place in order to create, even to give incentives to people like this to release properly and to the right receiver the vulnerabilities discovered. And it is quite awkward. I speak with a lot of people in Europe to try to understand how states approach this issue. And it's quite awkward seeing that a lot of states do not have an interest in creating proper vulnerability disclosure policies or putting in place the agencies that could create the necessary trust for people to come forward and report. So what people are left with at the moment in Europe and all over the world, but in Europe mostly, is that if you are in the possession of a zero-day exploit, a vulnerability, a mistake in the software that could be exploited, there are practically two ways to go. One is to try to do good for the community, disclose it appropriately to the interested party, the company, or the authorities, risking, in many cases, as it happens in Europe, that you will face legal repercussions and you will be chased legally by the company because of the reputational damage they have to do and for reasons that have to do with lacking the understanding of the gravity of the situation in many cases. And get into serious trouble, or just be given a thank you and nothing else, or alternatively go shady and try your luck in the illicit market, sell your exploits to the private sector, which, if done successfully, will land you a very good sum of money. I mean, some of these exploits, if they're very serious, can get you back hundreds of thousands of euros, or even if it's smaller, you can get money for it. And then also just stay invisible and not run any risks of getting in trouble. So the message being sent by not really having a policy and a position on this in countries in the European Union, and as far as I'm aware, this is the situation in Serbia also, and other European countries in the Balkans. Not having a policy framing this issue mostly sends the message that it's easier for people to stay dark. And that's the mistake that happened 10, 15 years ago in the United States, when the same, or even before that, when the same issue was emerging. The authorities failed to react on time and properly. Then the market was dominated by private forces that wanted to use material for illicit purposes. And what happened afterwards was practically the creation of the NSA reality, with massive state budgets competing properly, on the market against other actors in order to obtain zero-day exploits. There's even further questions. What happens if you disclose to state authorities? For example, in Germany, if you disclose a zero-day, you have to do it to the same agency. If you want to disclose to the authorities, you have to do it to the same agency that writes code for intrusive surveillance for the state. So the German security agency that writes Trojans and surveillance tools for the German state is the vendor you have to go and disclose the vulnerability you found. So a lot of people question, how do I know actually that what I'm giving them is going to be used in a morally just way, and not I'm just a fool giving them opportunities I wouldn't like to give. So it is a very, very complicated landscape and non-transparent, and the lack of action by the legislators in every country creates a delay that only proliferates the risks. So I think for civil society and advocacy organizations, it would make also sense to consolidate a narrative that requests actually states to regulate, whether in the European Union or in the Western Balkans or anywhere else, request, for regulation and for clarifying the landscape.
Thank you, and especially thank you for those final words regarding how civil society should, what civil society should do regarding those practices, because here in Serbia, those practices, surveillance practices, will find a place here, and we're talking about the preparedness of the civil sector for a timely reaction to any legislative processes. Now, I would like us to go back to some legislative processes that started a few years ago here in this country. Do we have any information regarding what new surveillance programs will be established in Serbia at the legislative level? I'm referring primarily to the Interior Ministry and their efforts to expand their competencies regarding surveillance. Maybe we could change and update to that respect. I don't know. I don't know much about this because I'm not a lawyer, but I'm sure that the process of adoption of the new law, the Interior Ministry, which has been withdrawn from the procedure some 2 or 3 times, will be initiated again once the new government is set up. This is something that I strongly believe, and we are preparing for this. We have now made a huge study on biometric surveillance from all over the world in order to have best practice examples and in order to prepare for what is going to come our way. Because during the previous 2 tries, the Interior Ministry did make a progress in trying to make things happen. A lot of things depend on Europe and the laws that are being adopted there. Primarily, I'm referring to the AI Act, which should be adopted at any moment soon. which fortunately or unfortunately has some exceptions or some things that have been defined in one way or another, and our Interior Ministry will probably refer to this regarding the legality of biometric surveillance, especially in real time, which is the greatest cause for concern. I would also agree to this. I think that this is the perfect time to start again. We had this draft law on police, then we had the draft law on internal affairs, and because of the pressure, elections were approaching. We had 2 cycles of elections, 2022 and 2023, and now that it's over, it's almost certain that we will have the establishment, the constitution of the new parliament of the Republic of Serbia. The president said that we cannot expect new elections until 2027, so it leaves enough space for the adoption of some laws that the government currently wants to adopt without the pressure of election cycles. And I think that something that will actually give rise to this is something that is going on nationally and internationally. Citizens are afraid, and they're additionally afraid because of the tragedies that occurred in May. And I think that such events are frequently used as a justification for expanding surveillance. And we're waiting for the moment when they will start with this, hoping that this will at least partly rely on the EU. Smart city, they frequently mention smart city as introduction of drones for all needs, and then we can see on the example of Kragujevac that they introduce a drone for traffic purposes, and then they give it to civil defense. They want to detect whether somebody tied their seat belt. We're having some difficulties, I'm sorry. This is at the level of intrusion of privacy. It's enough for them to be sophisticated enough to put it in the public procurement specifications and to interfere in this.
And to know as citizens that there are efficient controlling mechanisms if one day such practices are put in place. That is, illicit practices will be adequately sanctioned. That topic was raised yesterday. Unfortunately, we cannot praise of high-quality judicial protection of privacy, and that gives even more reasons for concern when it comes to assigning new powers for surveillance to institutions with the current level of protection against incidents. I think we have covered everything we wanted to cover, and we have time for questions, so I give the floor to you for your questions.
Dobar dan svima. Ja sam zamjenik.
Good afternoon to all. I'm Deputy Ombudsman of the City of Kraljevo, and the colleague mentioned me in relation to the opinion of our institutions. I will talk about the legality. Our competence is protection of human rights. We cannot control the mayor and the town assembly where these acts are adopted, but we have the right to opinion. And I would like to thank you for this possibility to say something about certain things and to urge government bodies to get involved, because there is job here for the budget inspection. And I will give you the reasons why this procurement is unlawful and certain things related to video surveillance. Let's look at the international instruments first. As the Republic of Serbia, we're a signatory country of various such instruments, and there are acts that are forbidding interference with our private life, forbidding anybody, including the state, from that. And our constitution does not talk about the right to privacy, but it provides for the right to legal processing of personal data. As for public procurement, everybody is asking, because it's a frequent practice for local self-governments to procure video surveillance equipment. As for assets, movable and immovable property used by bodies of the local self-government are prescribed by the law on public property. And you have an interesting definition where you can include the video surveillance. These are movable assets for special purposes. And under that law, only the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of the Interior can purchase such equipment. As for the definition, it will be defined in a special law. What is interesting in this Article 27, I can't remember the paragraph, if the body that has no competence for such public procurement or purchases such assets, the acts that govern such procurement are null and void, and such contracts are null and void. Actually, such acts are illegal, and contracts null and void. And so how can you, if this equipment is later donated to the Ministry of the Interior, then the question is, how can you donate something that was illegal? There is another article of the law which says that contracts are signed by the heads of the relevant bodies. So, Minister of the Interior and Minister of Defense, they should sign such contracts. And as for, when we talk about traffic, the law on traffic safety mentions a video video surveillance related to driver's tests. As for traffic, there is no specific definition, but it's related to radars control, and that's why it is assumed. And the law says that these things will be defined in more detail by rule books, but I haven't seen any such rule book. But it's in the law on the police, bearing in mind that Article 52 the law on the police talks about video surveillance, and on that basis, the rule book was adopted on recording in public places and methods of recording. And that law defines special purpose equipment. And there is Article 245, and it defines that equipment, that assets used for video surveillance are software and hardware. So a rule book has been adopted under Article 52. And then the question may be open, if local self-governments are procuring video surveillance for their facilities, and it rule book provides for recording in public places that can be done only by the police. If you have tellers or counters where general public comes, the local self-government does not have the power, the authority to do the recording there. It should be done by the Ministry of the Interior. We don't have a single law that governs that, and partly this is in the law on the personal data protection. So when we look at the laws, nobody has the power but the Ministry of the Interior and the Ministry of Defense. I think I use this time to point out that there is no legal ground for this, and that's important for citizens. And now we can talk about criminal liability of those who unlawfully procure these funds. And for that reason, I hope that competent authorities will get on board on this. And examine and investigate this. Thank you for this very detailed explanation. We know that you issued that opinion regarding public procurement transactions, and the only thing we can say that we hope that what you suggested will be followed, and that is that other competent authorities perform their job and exercise their competence. I heard, and the gentleman can correct me, the only inspection that can control video surveillance in the inspection of commissioner. Actually, I heard that from the source yesterday, that the institution will not be punished, but the company that introduced physical and technical surveillance. As for responsibility, we are talking about responsibility of public authorities. As for legal entities, as bidders, they have the right to offer something. And on the other hand, the problem here is that local self-government bodies were procuring things that is illegal, and whether the relevant bodies will be included, that's a question. And as a body of control or repressive body related to unlawful spending of budget funds is the budget inspection. So they should be the first to react, and then it can be followed by criminal complaints and the actions of the prosecutor's office. So the prosecutor's office has to institute the proceedings ex officio. Okay, thanks. Now it's clear. Good morning to all. I'm Petrovic Lazar. Actually, good afternoon. Law School of the Belgrade University. And so the question is for Adriana. When you were doing your research into the Western Balkans region, what is the situation? Is there any difference compared to Serbia in terms of what has been done with respect to video surveillance? And what is the difference between what has been adopted in the EU and what has not been adopted in Serbia? And can we perform some comparative analysis comparing the EU, the Western Balkans, and Serbia, who is the most advanced? I suppose it's Serbia. Maybe there are some positive examples from other countries of the Western Balkans. Maybe we can mention Croatia, Slovenia. I suppose the situation is better there. Thank you for this question. So my research was focused primarily on Serbia and on the comparison between Serbia and the EU when it comes to legal framework in this field. And for regional analysis, maybe colleagues can help. I didn't work on that so much. I know about certain cases, but definitely the region of the Western Balkans, bearing in mind that it wants to become part of the EU, should harmonize its legal norms with the EU norms. So I believe that for the future of legal frameworks in this field depends on the EU for the most part. It depends how the EU will regulate this field. And we mentioned the Artificial Intelligence Act that covers this field. And we have 4 risk systems there: of low risk, limited risk, high risk, and unacceptable risk. Negotiations over the classification into these categories are still ongoing, and most of the things depend on the results of that act. As for Serbia, Serbia has not regulated this field, and I think that the best option is to wait for this decision, not to rush into some hasty laws. We've seen that 2 bills have been withdrawn because they were not good enough and they constitute a risk for freedoms and rights of citizens. So we should rely on the EU and opinions of international organizations and opinions of NGOs that are competent in this field, and on that basis we can draft our legal framework. I believe that's the case in most of the Western Balkan countries, but maybe somebody has something to add. And we have one more question, right?
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'll ask my question in English. So you mentioned the EU as maybe paving the way for regulating surveillance and state surveillance specifically. The thing is, in my experience, what I've seen is, well, first off, the European treaties have an exemption for what can be harmonized at the EU level, and everything that has to do with national security is usually falls outside the scope of European harmonized law. And in my experience, I've also seen that every time you're going to have a draft directive or regulation being negotiated at the EU Council, we will fall into endless debate about what can be done, what can't be done. And anytime the national security issues are raised, it usually just doesn't give anything. Like the good example is the e-privacy draft regulation that was examined since 2017, and it still hasn't come out precisely because of this, because of what state can say can be monitored online in people's navigation online for national security purposes precisely. And so that's the thing, is that first, I don't know how much we can expect the EU to regulate on this specific issue, is one thing. And the other thing I was curious about, maybe you have an opinion on this, is if a state passes a law that is clearly very intrusive in people's lives and is clearly, an excess of power regarding the citizen's private life, what are the recourses against such a law? Or maybe even if there's a gray area, So you said facial recognition is illegal in Serbia. I guess that, is it illegal because of the constitution? Is there a specific law that says this? And say tomorrow, you said Serbia is going to have an avenue for the next few years to maybe pass laws on this. Say there's a law that says, okay, now the state can just use facial recognition on anyone without control, without informing anyone. What's your recourse against such a law? Like, do you go to the EU? I'm not sure the ECJ can really help you. Do you go to the European Court of Human Rights? What appeals do you have?
Yeah, I'll switch to English for your sake, if that's okay. Well, first of all, of course, EU doesn't have all the power to regulate everything and to make citizens completely safe from their own governments. Even in the AI Act, we also have the opt-out, or if there's if the police pursues serious crimes, they have the right to use this kind of technology with a court order, which is something for the government so they can use in cases of serious crimes. But of course, we have to say that the EU will not be able to regulate everything, but it will be able to regulate at least a good chunk of those systems that they already exist. And in the case of Serbia, we already saw what happened when the two draft laws were proposed. We had a very big outcry of the civil society organizations, of citizens themselves, international organizations as well. So that kind of served as a break for the government, so the government wouldn't be able to push that kind of law. So I think that the civil society organizations are going to succeed in just making the law, if not the best ever, just a little bit better than the previous draft. That's all the civil society organizations can do. We can say that the laws are in the hands of the National Assembly, so if it passes through the National Assembly, we don't have much to do about that. But it is important to raise our voices, especially when we see some articles that are not in line with human rights, especially right to privacy. So I think As I read in an article, for the police, it would be best if they can just put an implant in all our heads and just control everything we do, our location, but that's not how this world works. We have to have a balance between human rights, especially right to privacy, right to free speech, freedom of movement, and etc., and the protection of citizens. So I think the two main legal arguments that need to be expressed, especially by the Ministry of Interior, is first of all necessity. So they have to prove the necessity of using such intrusive technologies. So not only, oh, it's going to be more efficient in solving crimes. No, they have to show that the current technology is not that useful in solving crime, and that this is something that will be groundbreaking. So that's the first thing, and this is something they have a legal obligation to do, according to our laws. And the second thing is proportionality. So what damage are we doing to human rights, and what are we getting out of it? So I think it's very difficult to say what will happen in the future, and will we have better draft laws or better laws on this topic. My opinion is that we should wait for and see what happens with the AI Act, because it will certainly provide us with some sort of framework for how to actually make our legislation on this topic.
Hvala. I sada, ajde još jedno pitanje.
Thank you. Okay, let's hear one more question from the audience. I took the floor just to follow up on Michelle's question. We have the Constitution that guarantees the right to the protection of personal data. I think this has been mentioned. And what Adriana said, it is somehow incorporated into this constitutional article. And we also have the law on personal data protection that was adopted on the model of GDPR. So all principles and obligations in the GDPR are also part of our law. In that respect, draft laws that should enable, provide a legal basis for the processing of biometric processing of biometric data based on facial recognition technology were not meeting the requirements of the Constitution or the law. Had these bills been adopted, then we would have a situation where our Constitution would have had the obligation to assess the legality and constitutionality of these laws. But it's a question of outcome. We had situations where the Constitution declared certain provisions as unconstitutional because they were invading privacy, like the law on electronic communications, which provided for the possibility to retain the data without decision of the competent body. So we have this practice that happened 10 years ago. I don't know what could happen now with the Constitutional Court and how fast this can happen, bearing in mind the slow pace that they were deciding on different issues lately. And we have case law, the European human rights law. It's very relevant not only for the development of our legal framework and work of our courts. And there are some instances, in addition to what has been mentioned, the development of the legal framework in the EU is something that primarily affects our legal framework because of our status of a candidate country. But what has been mentioned, and why it is up to us whenever there is a draft out there to react as soon as possible and prevent the adoption. It's the question of the democratic structure, the independence and strength of institutions. If such regulations were adopted and if their implementation started, we are not sure whether there would be capacity or willingness to respond and to react to violations of rights. So there are some mechanisms. We believe that they would be effective, but we believe that additional support in terms of communication and monitoring what's going on in the EU is of utmost importance. I would just like to use this opportunity to say one more thing in order not to forget it. When we look at this whole situation related to the unlawfulness, when we talk about the rights, we have the violation of the right to privacy, and there is a right to legal processing of personal data. And as Anna mentioned, in relation to courts, you have another right there, the right to a fair trial, and there is a violation. Since video surveillance is installed illegally, under Article 16 of the law, video recordings and photographs could not be taken as evidence in court proceedings because they were collected in contravention of the Criminal Procedure Code, the law on public property, and international instruments, and court decision cannot be based on that. I believe that citizens need to know that in order to protect our right when it comes to establishing the relevance of evidence and evaluation of evidence against citizens in court. And we mentioned that video surveillance is cheap. When we look at our local self-governments, I won't agree with that. Kraljevo is sixth in terms of the value of these transactions. Subotica is first with 270 million, and then it's followed by other cities. Some public procurement transactions happen twice. So when you add it up, this video surveillance costs about 100 million dinars on average. It's not cheap. So for that reason, competent authorities should be involved. We have much more pressing problems, and these funds should be used for the protection of human rights and or for the purchase of things that citizens need more. When we look at these international instruments, and they were adopted in the internet sphere, and I hope that the European Union will adopt a separate act that will regulate this field of digital surveillance, and that a law in Serbia will be adopted on that base, and that we will avoid the situation where we would violate human rights here in Serbia. Since we have no more questions, or I don't have an overview of the situation, if you agree, there is one more question.
One more.
Just a quick comment. I think, though, it's important in the framework of the AI Act and other things like the convention that there are provisions where they're trying to carve out using AI for national security. So I think that it's also important to be aware of that, and as civil society organizations also kind of like pose, raise that concern, because it is a pretty big carve out in the protection of human rights. So just a comment on the framework.
I'm looking forward to this next panel. I think that we will be talk more about artificial intelligence, but I don't know why we are looking up so much to the European Union. Of course, we're going towards the European Union, but I find the cases that have been happening for the past 5 years interesting when it comes to forensics and digital surveillance. For example, there are companies that develop phenotypes on the basis of DNA. And if you take somebody's DNA and you do not know what this person looks like, the company will make like a photograph on the basis of this DNA material. And then they provide this to the police, which put this in the facial recognition algorithm in order to find a particular person. So we're entering a complete madness. Some guessing, developed by systems that operate on the basis of machine learning. And who will deal in Serbia with this? For example, we have DNA material. Some company creates a face out of it, and then the police takes it and then tries to recognize who that is. I think that AI is crucial. Its role is crucial. We have low prices of technology. We have a trend of centralization of data in the state, such as Smart Serbia, where the state can probably already buy data about citizens from data brokers from the internet. And to have such online systems and some violations of the law provide the basis for digital oppression or digital totalitarianism. If we have time, I would ask us to have Apostolos join us. Where are the citizens in all this? We are under surveillance, or will be under surveillance, or may be under surveillance. What can citizens do regarding this? I think it's important for us to leave this professional debate and have some short and effective motivational messages for citizens.
I don't have much to tell you than what I said before. We are under surveillance. All the research and the investigations have proven that. And the only way is to organize in order to demand from political power to regulate. It's an inevitable reality cast upon us, and it's going to form the ways of life in the future. The only thing we have in our hands is to organize and try to request for better and more just management and regulation.
Thank you. The same question for you for the end. What can we as citizens do regarding this? I would say that we've been able to see that citizens do not have so much control in this process. What I would say is that we can educate ourselves on how to protect ourselves in the best possible way from these technologies as much as we can. And civil society organizations organize trainings, conferences, seminars in order to inform people that these things are happening and provide us with techniques on how to protect ourselves, which applications to use, which search engines to use. This will not completely protect the citizens, but it will have to help up to a point. And of course, we always have to raise our voice whenever a law appears that jeopardizes our rights. Well, maybe we should not burden the citizens with this responsibility. When it comes to defense, of course, this is our last line of defense. But what I am in favor of would be the first protest regarding surveillance and cameras. And I think that things are moving in that direction. When we were talking a few years ago about cameras, we thought that it might be a bad idea for them to go unnoticed. But I think that the public is more and more informed owing to the work of all organizations and such discussions, and that the public is talking more about this. Other countries do not have such protests, serious protests, specifically against things such as biometric surveillance. In France, we had complete madness. And I hope that we as citizens will become more active in the street. But one of the main reasons, for the opposition was to one of the previous drafts of the law on police was the facilitated entry of the police into people's apartments. So there is an awareness about the importance of privacy, at least in one of the segments of privacy. Well, maybe there's no room for panic. Our police do not have such capacity to deal with the individual lives of every one of us, but they will grossly violate our rights whenever this is beneficial for us, and this is when the civil sector will have to react. Thank you, and thank you, panelists. I think you've shared some very useful things with us and the audience. Thank you, and now we will continue with the program. That's right, Uroš, dear Andriana, dear panelists, dear Uroš, thank you. We will now have a 30-minute break, and after that we will come back here and discuss a topic that everybody has been discussing these days, and this is artificial intelligence.
Da li, kako me čuješ dole?
Hi. Just to do sound check and to do the video checkup.
Kako me čuješ dole? Kako me čuješ dole, 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 dole? Dobro.
vi rekli, slušalice na uši. Dobrodošli nazad, hvala vam na strpljenju. Za one koji su se sada uključili, dobrodošli na treći dan nedelje privatnosti. Upravo počinje naš drugi panel za danas i to panel o veštačkoj inteligenciji. Da li veštačka inteligencija kuca na vrata ili ona već sad s nama u prostoriji? Šta veštačka inteligencija misli o moralu i o etici? Čućemo danas od naših panelista.
We will hear from our panelists if it is our doorstep or has already entered our space, if it pays attention to morals and ethics. From Irina Buzu, advisor to the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Economic Development and Digitalization of Moldova, and CAI delegate Alexander Veljković, senior researcher, Article 42, Maria Vlajković, attorney at law, and this pan and the moderator will be Predrag Topić, Director of Development in ThinkSolver. Pedro, the floor is yours. Thank you, Nadia, and thank you all for joining us in such a large number here. Greetings to all of you, and greetings to all of you who are watching us online through YouTube. I would like to thank partners and their partners for organizing another Privacy Week, which is the central event dealing with the topic of privacy, not only here, but at a much larger scale. And before we delve deeper into conversation about your topic, since my dear associates and friends from Partner Serbia know that I like to make parallels from popular culture when it comes to this topic, and we even talked during lunch. When I was given this topic, when the topic was thought of, one thing that I remembered was a 2002 movie directed by Steven Spielberg, and the leading role is played by Tom Cruise, Minority Report. Okay, I see that you have watched it. There are probably people who have also watched it online. It's a science fiction movie. Tom Cruise is the head of a police unit that has 3 persons called precogs, on the basis of whose forecast they prevent crimes, on the basis of their predictions. Why did I think of this movie? It's 2024. Tom Cruise looks the same as he looked in 2002, and he'll probably look the same or even better in 2054. And the main point in the movie is in this highly developed technology, which on the basis of certain inputs predicts things, makes certain conclusions, and is used for creating some new objects, models, etc. Very similar to AI and generative AI that we're going to talk about today. The tagline of the film is "The Sister is Perfect, it's never wrong until it comes after you." And the volte-face in the film is made when the precogs realize that Tom Cruise is going to commit a crime, and then there is infringement of privacy, information that is collected about individuals, etc., etc. And this connects us with the things that we're going to talk about today. And the third thing, I always like to say that future comes late, but the movie takes place 30 days before our date, and we have this technology that was developed in the last year and a half. We all know of ChatGPT that appeared and became the fastest growing software ever, which can be seen on the basis of 100 million people that used it in January last year. And based on my personal experience, I can say that at some point my mother and my 10-year-old son have used it at some point and realized what it can do for them. So I would use this as the background for our discussions. Today we'll talk about whether generative AI is only ChatGPT or something else. What are the challenges which this technology poses for privacy? What are the efforts and actions that are made at the global and European level when it comes to regulation? and what do we have to pay attention to in the development of AI systems. And we will cover not only those questions, but some others as well during our discussions. And now I would give the floor and ask a short introductory question to my dear panelists. I would start with Alexander. We have given him some time to rest a little bit. But this is the question for all my panelists. What is the generative AI for you? If you can put it in the simplest terms, so that we can reach a common understanding of it and move on. Yes, thank you. Well, the entire area is not so simple to allow us to answer in a few sentences. But there's a thing that can be understandable to all. What is intelligence? It's difficult to define it. There's not a clear definition, but usually the ability to make conclusions, generally speaking. What would be generative AI? Maybe a good example would be an old story about blind people who feel, who touch an elephant. And if you allow several people to touch the elephant and describe what they're touching, they will describe it differently. Those who touch the tail will say it's a snake. Those who touch the legs, they would say it's a pole. And we're like those blind people who are touching something, and we only provide the angle that is given to us by the data. If we're talking about something that is not generative AI, this is discriminative AI, where we want to conclude something on the basis of certain data. So if we see that these are some of the traits of a sick person, these are some of the traits of the healthy person, AI can say, on the basis of that information, this came from a healthy person, this came from a sick person. So if we look at a table, the attributes that we see in the table are the descriptions of those blind people who are touching the elephant. The idea of generative AI is that we look at where the data came from, and we want to see how we can produce the data. This is how we not only get new data, but also understand how the system works. We will not only touch the elephant, but we will make something that will tell us it's an elephant once people come to touch the elephant. It's enough from the angle of the person who is watching that for that to be an elephant. So we want to make a model that will approximate a phenomenon, an object, whatever the case might be, and eventually produce some notion that we will define as an elephant, for example. So this is generative AI. Irina, I would ask you to give us your view on AI.
Hi, thank you for having me here, and it's good to be able to connect even if remotely with you guys. It's an honor for me to be here. So with generative AI, it's similar to what like usual AI definitions come about. Like nobody has a common understanding and a commonly defined definition for either one of those. But when you think about generative AI, largely the people say that it refers to a category of AI systems that are designed, to kind of generate new content or data that is similar to, but not exactly the copy of something that already exists. What I like to do when thinking about how to explain it, I like to do like an imagination exercise. And here, try to imagine a tool that can create entirely new things, not just a copy or to manipulate existing ones. So that's what generative AI actually is. It's like sort of like a super-powered mixer, blending information and patterns from vast data sets to produce creative outputs, such as text or images, music, even code. So think of it like kind of like a digital alchemy that transforms data into entirely new reality. So this is my take on what generative AI is.
Hvala, super. Marija?
Maria, colleagues have already provided many information about this, and I will say something from the legal point of view. This is a special system of AI which is regulated by the draft on the protection of artificial intelligence, which will be regulated specially. These are some general models which can create certain content using data on the basis of which it was trained in order to create new content, especially when we have ChatGPT on the basis of some prompts that were given to it. And examples are, for example, ChatGPT, GMI. Something that generates text content or textual content or pictures, images, and it will be regulated by AI Act. These provisions are completely new. They appeared in the draft at the last minute, and they also can be integrated in other systems. They have a wide possibility of application, and that's why it's specially regulated through AI Act. This is, for me, something that I use, mostly ChatGPT, like the majority of people here. So this is something that I use the most on a daily basis. So for me, this might be the best example of those models. Great, you've given me the answer to my second question, because I like to define the term and then to give a specific example, like a program that's being used, or ChatGPT, which you mentioned. Alexander, do you have some specific example? Is generative AI only ChatGPT, or can it do something else, something of which we're not aware here? What are your examples? Three favorite examples, three standards, text, sound, and images. Irina?
To me, when I think about generative AI as examples, I also think about text, image, and maybe code generation. When I think about images, the first one that comes to mind is Deep Dream. Like, this is an example of a generative AI that goes in the realm of art. So you have Deep Dream that uses neural networks to enhance and model images in unique and sometimes even surreal ways. It was developed by Google and showcases the capabilities of deep neural networks. But also, what I would like to stress here, we're only giving examples of good or positive AI, generative AI, but also think about the deep fakes. So these are those that are videos that are AI-powered and use audio simulations that can create sort of like hyper-realistic versions of anyone. And this can go both ways. It can be either used for the good or for the bad. But I think we can explore this further.
Yes, and thank you, Irina, for your answer. The three most frequent examples for the majority of people are text, images, and video content. Irina has mentioned code, which can also be the case. Also, there are some examples in the development of games, many examples already. And since we're going to talk about privacy, law, ethics, I would like to hear your opinion. We're talking only about good things. Maria, let's start from you. What is the best and what is the worst situation or environment that you can think of with generative AI? Let's see why we are regulating that if it is already good, or why we should regulate it even more if it may turn out to be a bad thing in future. What are the two opposing poles that you can think of? This is the question both for Alexander and for Irina. Well, the entire need was as a result of the fact that they were trained on a huge amount of data, and they will produce output on the basis of data on which they were trained. If there is some discriminatory data that can be used for producing some content and is used, then it has the potential to result in some kind of discrimination. So this is the answer to why it is problematic, why there is the need to regulate it, to keep our human rights in order not for them to be violated, like in the movie that you mentioned. Deep fake is definitely something that I imagine as rather frightening. It's frequently mentioned in the media because of the forthcoming American presidential elections, and there were some cases already where some roboclones of President Biden invited future voters. So it takes a lot of room in the media. It has a lot of media coverage, and is a cause for concern, because even now we have problems with media reporting, and you can imagine what will happen the more deepfake is used in the media space, how this will affect our fundamental democratic rights. Some good examples, and I can talk on the basis of my personal experience. We in practice use different AI tools already, and this is, for me, an example of best practice. I use them in my work, trying not to violate anybody's rights, but trying to make things simpler for me, especially when some repetitive tasks are in question. The AI will make things shorter for me, and I will be able to be more creative. Or, for example, when we use some documents for the automatization of documents. In October, we made an automated labor contract, and the clients will be able just to click on the things that they need within those contracts. And using simple clicks, they will get the custom-made solution. And this is where I see a good implementation from my personal and professional side. And I mentioned deepfake as something that sounds rather frightening to me, and I think that it can leave many bad consequences to human rights. Alexander, the best and the worst environment that can be generated by AI that you can think of? Like any technological revolution that has happened so far, each of them were a result of the need for automatization of some activities. Some might say that the loss of workplaces or jobs is a problem, but actually the number of repetitive jobs is being reduced and some more creative are being introduced. This means that we're introducing a machine to do something that was not intended for a human being to do, but was just a necessary evil. What is the bad side of all that? Imagine a simple situation: a crime occurs in the street. How will it be proven? Camera recording. But what if it is deepfake, this camera recording? So where do we draw the line? If we need to prove the truth, and if we know that the generative model can make an unrecognizable replica of that, but where it actually did not happen, how do we distinguish? Can I add, I remember I have just thought of an example while Alexandra was talking. A few years ago, in America, there was a case where the Detroit police wrongly arrested an African American because facial recognition models have a flaw, because they hardly distinguish white people from black people, and a mistake happened, and it had really serious consequences to the life of a person. And what we're talking about has already happened, and it will happen. This is a problem with a facial recognition system. There are many problems. Yes, there's another thing. If the generative model, such as ChatGPT, gets into the possession of private data and learn something on the basis of private data, forgetfulness is not an option, really. So if they learn about private data, whoever ends up with your personal data will have your personal data, and there's no way out. But why is it impossible to delete it if somebody accidentally puts them in? Well, the data that we see are usually text, and we can say we will delete that sentence. But when there's a model, this is a series of parameters, and we cannot know which sentence is a result of which parameter. So it's like distinguishing between grains of sand. Irina, we have not forgotten you. How can you imagine the best option, the best scenario and the worst scenario regarding generative AI?
Yes. So for the worst scenario, I would like to second what Alexander and Maria have just said about the deep fakes. I mean, truly, it's a bad scenario because deep fakes could be used in a lot of manipulative ways, including elections, as was said, also misinformation. It could be used to damage reputations. Biases obviously present that are present in training data sets can be amplified by AI and perpetuate discrimination and also inequality. And the deceptive videos that are going to be created and are being created currently, the audio recordings or the text, they can definitely be used for spreading misinformation, identity theft also, but also for other malicious purposes. And this kind of misuse could mostly, I think, erode trust in media and have serious consequences for individuals and society. But also, when I think about, but to me, this would be a bad case scenario, not the worst one. The worst one would be because, on the one hand, as was said, generative AI, by helping us with routine tasks and helping us to kind of reduce the time that we spend on a lot of repetitive tasks, it's supposed to enhance our creativity. But the fact is that we humans are creatures of habit, and we get used to having an artificial assistant that is just taking over our cognitive tasks. And like at the beginning, we could just delegate to generative AI, such as Bard AI or ChatGPT, to just like, hey, can you do this draft speech for me? Or hey, can you do a draft essay for me? But eventually, because we are indeed creatures of habit, we will just delegate to the AI to draft the essay entirely or to draft the speech entirely. And this will actually erode creativity. So to me, a worst case scenario would be a scenario in which generative AI just takes over our creative spaces. And we as humans, we turn from the agent that delegates to generative AI certain tasks into the agent that is just manipulated by the creative outputs of artificial intelligence. So to me, this would be the worst. The best case scenario, on the other hand, I always think of AI in education. So for example, a good case scenario would be to kind of imagine a personalized education tailored to each student with AI tutors that could craft unique learning paths for those students, or just, for example, picture a medical breakthrough with AI accelerating drug discovery and also giving personalized treatments. But regardless of this all, I would like to stress that the ethical use of generative AI is incredibly crucial to ensure that it has a positive impact. And to this aim, we need clear guidelines, regulations, responsible deployment. All of these are incredibly essential to mitigate potential risks and ensure that technology is harnessed and used to the benefit of humans, not in their detriment. So yeah, thank you.
I had to wait for 5 seconds because of the interpretation. Thank you, Irina. Thank you for your answers. I think that Alexander said this, technology such as AI is a tool, and it depends on us how we will use this tool. The consequences depend on this. I would ask Irina, since she mentioned this scenario, one of the worst scenarios, and that is that that especially generative AI can undermine or ruin the creative side of the people. How far are we from that? When we talk in person from one to another, I always expect to hear about the Terminator scenario, like machines are taking over. But what you said, Irina, sounded like things are going that way. Our creative side will be wiped out, maybe. So do you think that this can happen? And how far are we from that? I would like to know a quick answer.
Yeah, sure. I think it's a definitely possible scenario, but what we can do to mitigate that risk is to dedicate a lot of efforts and a lot of resources to literacy, to actually inform people about the benefits, but also the risk that generative AI poses, to educate different strata of the society on how to beneficially use artificial intelligence, but at the same time work on a multi-stakeholder approach with all the various stakeholders who are involved in the design, development, and deployment of AI and if necessary, to set a certain threshold up until what point you can integrate generative AI into the, say, our daily lives. And this is what regulators are currently working on. AI more largely, but generative AI also. But to me, the biggest stress would be on literacy, to have people educated on how to use and how not to, I guess, not to use generative AI in order to, because to me, creativity is something that is inherently human, and it would be such a shame to lose this side of our human beings and to delegate that to an AI and then never to be able to get back to it again. So this is my food for thought, I guess, and the message that I would like to share today.
Hvala. Sad kad smo se nekako usaglasili.
Thank you. Now that we're somehow aligned regarding the views of generative AI, let's talk a bit about challenges that it constitutes. We touched upon this a bit, particularly challenges related to privacy. That's what we are discussing today, and this event is devoted to that. I would like to ask all of you for another round of answers to the questions. Yeah, some of things you have mentioned already, but what are the main challenges that you would single out? Challenges that this technology poses to privacy. Maria, I would like to start from you. You mentioned something, but is there anything that you would like to add and elaborate on this topic? This is what our ethical committee said. This issue of alignment with the principles for the protection of personal data protection, and that's also included in the Digital Intelligence Act of the EU. So the whole problem is related to the fact that these models operate, particularly when we're talking about generative AI models, they operate based on the bulk data, on a huge amount of data. The more data you have, the more difficult it is to keep control over this data. Loss of control is something that leads to potential violations of our personal data, and these
they steal our identity in order to use the data that might happen, and our data can be compromised, and this is the basis for violations. What we, not only lawyers, but also the academia that deal with the protection of personal data is concerned the most about is the grounds for the processing of personal data. When we talk about this, the main question that was raised for me was how, that is, what will the grounds be for the collection of our personal data, which will either be used for the training of AI models or which we will give to AI model in order to create some content for us. And this is the basic issue. What will be the legal basis, how to get the legal basis, how to secure it at the moment of collection of data for training and at the moment of receiving. The most logical choice is that this is informed consent, but there are two things. Informed consent means that somebody must have asked us to use our personal data to train our model. They asked us whether we agree with this and informed us about this.
These models that are available now have been created by using different databases on the internet, and they simply copied for the whole of internet, to put it that way, and there is no control there. How could somebody know when to ask us for consent? And they are totally passive. They cannot inform us in advance, like I will use your piece of data, Maria, to create some generative approach. So this is the problem with the approach, and also the problem with opt-out, how that can work. It's very difficult to imagine a scenario where we are asked about our consent when huge amounts of databases are copied to enable a contact to train AI models. ChatGPT has changed its policy and included the opt-out option, but as Alexander said, maybe our data have already been copied, for example, from my profile on Facebook. I can say, okay, I will opt out, but data has been already taken over by the model that was trained on 175 million parameters. Maybe an engineer will provide a better input on that, but it seems impossible to me. It's another problem, how we can exercise our fundamental rights that we have based on the personal data protection law, like the right to oblivion. We will have the right to be informed, and it's added to some existing rights in GDPR related to automatic decision-making, because this is the backbone of the AI system that was regulated through GDPR. So in addition to this ability or option to opt out from a decision taken by automatic systems, decision-making system under the law, under the digital, under the Artificial Intelligence Act, we will be able to ask the data that were used as a basis for that decision and how this decision was reached, but we will still not be able to get information about how the system works. So these are maybe the basic question marks for all those who are working on the issue of personal data protection. And now I would like to give the floor to colleagues to share their opinions of this. Okay, Alexandra, thank you for your opinion. I would just follow up. In addition to this lack of possibility to forget data, it's difficult to say whether the model used my data or not. I cannot forget, and I cannot prove that my data is in the system until there is some specific information. Okay, this is something that I was the only one who knew that and nobody else. But there is another general situation that we're not thinking. If we collect data, we are under an obligation to keep this data secure, prevent others to access them, and so on. But we have a different situation with the AI model. When we train an AI model on some data, we got something more powerful than data. And in order to arrive at that model, we need a lot of hardware, a huge amount of hardware when it comes to ChatGPT. So we cannot create a model without a strong hardware. And when we have a trained model, then it's a bigger problem. And the loss of that model is even worse than loss of data as such. So this is another challenge. And companies are not willing to share the parameters of their model publicly. So we don't know the parameters of the model. Nobody can prove that the model was stolen if he has nothing to compare it to. Irina, what's your take regarding the biggest challenges? Is there something that has already been mentioned that you plan to mention, or there is something new that you would like to add?
Yeah, I would just like to follow up on everything that my colleagues have already said. All their inputs are incredibly valid and important. I couldn't stress more the importance of considering data security and also identity theft. But another point that I would like to make relates to the biased output and the amplification of bias. So, for example, if the training data used for generative AI models contains biases, as we've said before, the generated content may also reflect and potentially amplify those biases. So this could actually result in discriminatory or prejudiced outputs that impact privacy and fairness. And this also links to what was said before about user profiling and how extraction of personal patterns by generative AI systems, especially those used in personalized services, may unintentionally, of course, learn and generate content based on patterns from users' personal information. And this raises, of course, concerns about the inadvertent extraction and use of sensitive user profiles. And this, in turn, links to the loss of control and how lack of control over generated content can also create an issue for privacy, and how, for example, individuals may have little to no control over the content generated by those AI systems, leading to a loss of control over their online presence. And this can be particularly concerning when we think about generated content that misrepresents or distorts the identity of the user. And all of this, just to kind of get back to the central point of the discussion, it leads to ethical considerations and the need for informed consent. So again, obtaining informed consent from individuals for the use of their data in training generative AI models, of course, can be challenging, as my colleagues have said, and there's an incredible need for transparency and clear communication about how data will be used to generate the content. So yeah, this is my 5 cents, I guess, on this.
Hvala ti, Irina. Imao bih jedno dodatno pitanje oko koga nismo razgovarali u pripremi.
Thank you, Irina. I would have an additional question. We didn't discuss that when we were preparing for the panel, but your answers inspired me. Irina mentioned informed consent, literacy. You mentioned literacy of common users whose data is included in these models, opt-in and opt-out options. So what is the situation nowadays compared to the situation 5 or 6 years ago, when it was about simple cookies that was simpler to explain, compared to the consent for training these AI models? And how much time will this take to educate a common person about this? For example, this grain of sand that are left online. So your 5 cents or 2 cents on this topic. So how different is this situation, and how more difficult is this situation regarding education of common people? Well, the situation is much more complex now. That cookies are one thing. The situation is worse. They can reach our photos. We don't know whether our photos are in the model of ChatGPT, so consequences are more serious. And on the other hand, the method of the functioning of this model is something that is more complicated for me and for people who are not engineers. So what Irina said, it will be of great importance to raise the level of awareness and to work on education of society as a whole, in schools, in the general public, and it will be definitely more difficult. We are this grain of sand right now when we talk about these questions, so we need to spread this idea, and awareness should be raised about how it functions, and there is a need to work a lot on that, because consequences are much stronger than when we talk about cookies. Irina, I would like to hear what you think about this.
Yeah, so you were talking about cookies, and I just have like a bunch of cookies here. And truth is, I wish it were this easy to explain to someone what generative AI is and how literacy should be done, as if we were doing this about those cookies. Unfortunately, it's not. And to me, I think that this comes or boils down to a very multi-stakeholder engagement and involvement in the whole literacy and awareness process. So you have to have the government that is involved and is trying to build this curricula that is going to be tailored to different kind of strata, to different kind of levels of people, say the young people, then you have the young adults, you have the mature people, you have the elderly. Then you also have to tailor the explanations based on, for example, different kinds of backgrounds. So you have to explain to lawyers what generative AI is in a way that lawyers would understand. You have to explain the same thing to doctors in a way that doctors would understand. So it's an incredible struggle, and it's an incredible endeavor to build a curricula that is going to be accessible enough to all. This is why you need to have inputs from all the stakeholders that are involved in this exercise, so that they can actually bring about what it means to them, so the state knows how to help them understand better. But of course, we cannot always depend on the state to be the game changer and to do everything for us. So this is why we have NGOs who do a lot of this work. This is why we have the international organizations who build standards for this. This is why we have just like activists, like digital activists who try to make a change in small communities. So at the end of the day, if each of us tries to contribute a little bit to literacy and awareness, this is going to build into the common effort, and hopefully this will bring about a brighter future for our AI kind of AI-powered future as a humanity, I think.
Hvala ti, Irina. Možemo da pitamo generativnu AI kako najlakše da objasni, jer sam ja to radio na primjer u pripremi. Objasni mi šta je Gen AI.
So we can ask, for example, explain generative AI as if I have as if I'm 6-year-old, or as if I'm a politician or something. So Alexander, how do you raise awareness of somebody who is not a researcher or not in this field? Well, current situation with cookies is the following. You have the message about cookies, and when you go to terms and conditions, then it says we are collecting data for marketing purposes and to promote our services, blah, blah, blah. So this is a situation where we can or we don't want to accept cookies. And what is the situation here? AI cannot use the data that we have not left. So whenever we upload something, a photo, a video, or anything, we should have notification, or if it's done through an application, it should be at the beginning of the application. So the notification should say your data can be used for the needs of creating the AI model. But there is also a lot of data that we are leaving, but we are not aware of leaving them. So this cookie can show our path between different web pages. So a profile can be created, and this profile can be an input for a generative model. So we can say we are collecting cookies for the needs of the generation of a model. So how many of us have actually read terms and conditions? Maybe 1%, maybe even less. So when you said notifications for something, I don't know whether somebody used Viber Translate. When you write a message in Serbian, you have the option to translate, and then Viber informs you that your message will also be sent to the to Microsoft us, or in this case, that will give you back the translation. So companies are already there. So it's a small message below your message, but some companies are already doing that. And my conclusion, based on your answer, is that it's a huge task, even more difficult that we had in the past, and that's something that is ahead of us. Now I would like to go to regulatory frameworks related to Gen AI, and we need to see what's there in terms of legal frameworks. I would like to ask Irina, at an international level, she mentioned several things already, but what are the most important regulatory frameworks internationally that address AI and privacy? And what about Gen AI? How is it included into them?
Yeah, so the truth is there is no single global framework for AI at this point, and privacy including, but there are some key initiatives that address different aspects of this and their potential relevance to generative AI. So the biggest and the hottest topic on the international regulatory market is the EU AI Act, which is still under discussion, and it focuses on high-risk AI, potentially also including generative AI applications like deepfakes or content generation with privacy concerns. It emphasizes transparency, fairness, accountability, which could obviously apply to generative AI outputs and user data. And at the same time, we also have GDPR, which was already mentioned, which applies to data used, including in generative AI development and training, ensuring, I guess, to a certain extent, user consent, data security, individual rights over the data. But also, apart from, and also there's the Council of Europe Framework Convention that is currently also being developed. It won't set rights and obligations per se, such as the EU AI Act, but it will create a framework for how artificial intelligence is to be designed, developed, deployed, and decommissioned on the European market. Which will also cover generative AI and other types of artificial intelligence. So, but other than the standardized regulatory frameworks, we also have ethical principles, right? So here is where the organizations such as OECD come into play. OECD has the OECD AI principles. These provide non-binding guidelines for responsible AI, such as including fairness, transparency, accountability. These principles, in principle, could also apply to generative AI development and deployment, particularly regarding potential biases and misinformation risks. Also, I would say that there is the UNESCO recommendation on artificial intelligence, which is very similar to the OECD AI principles and covers basically the same guidelines. At the same time, there is also the going back a bit to the classical regulatory framework. There is the Council of Europe Convention for the protection of individuals with regard to automatic processing of personal data. And this document particularly sets those standards for data privacy that are relevant to generative AI development and training and data usage. It specifically requires transparency and responsible data handling, protecting, therefore, individuals from potential privacy violations. And if we move from the European continent someplace else, we have the US executive order on advancing artificial intelligence for the benefit of the American people. Or the executive order on AI, which also emphasizes ethical considerations and responsible AI development, deployment, and use. While not directly regulatory, this document could potentially influence future legislation that covers generative AI and their potential for harm. Now, the thing is that explicit coverage of generative AI in existing frameworks, again, is quite limited. But the principles and requirements that are outlined can extend to them depending on their applications and risks. So here I'm thinking about high-risk classifications, such as we have the one that falls under the EU AI Act, which requires stricter compliance measures. I'm also thinking about privacy, data privacy and bias in terms of the GDPR's data protection provisions that apply to training data. I'm thinking about frameworks such as, again, the OECD AI principles that emphasize the need for transparency in AI development and use, which also could apply to generative AI by requiring disclosure of data sources, potential biases, and limitations also. But all of this sounds good and right, but we also have to consider the various challenges that the regulatory frameworks encounter these days. So here, I cannot stress enough the challenge of the rapidly evolving technology, again, because generative AI and other generative models, they are constantly evolving, and these poses challenges for keeping regulations up to date and creating regulations that are going to be future-proof. It's very hard, for example, me being part of the Committee on Artificial Intelligence at the Council of Europe, it's incredibly hard to be able to create a text for a document that is going to be future-proof, considering that technology advances much faster than we have the time to actually write the text itself. Again, there's also the issue of balancing innovation and control. So you have to find the right balance between innovation and mitigate potential harms, such as misinformation or privacy violations that remain a challenge. And you also have to consider the international coordination here, because fragmentation across different jurisdictions creates inconsistencies and complexities for developers and users. So on the one hand, it's cool that we have all these regulatory instruments that are either regional or somehow international that are going to be applicable to multiple countries at the same time. But again, the effort to build those documents, as we see with the EU AI Act, the deadline for its completion has been moved a couple of times, specifically because it's so incredibly hard to come to a consensus on how these documents need to look like and how they would apply to all the different jurisdictions at the same time. So I am optimistic in the sense that we do have documents that regulate AI and privacy, including that they could be applicable to generative AI, but at the same time, we cannot be oblivious of all the challenges that such regulatory frameworks pose. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Irina. I have a couple of follow-up questions, but I have to be mindful of time. So if there's time, I will ask them at the end. Maria, Irina has mentioned GDPR and AI Act. From the European perspective, in addition to those two documents, are there any other frameworks that deal with this topic? And I would like to hear your view on regulatory frameworks that deal with AI and Gen AI. Is there a difference after the adoption of GDPR and now? I talked to the colleague before we entered here that this is a déjà vu from GDPR. We were regarding it. We are now regarding this with much more tension. I would add that the Council of Europe is working on the adoption of a charter on AI. That there's also a draft. I think it was published in 2022, and it will probably be adopted after the adoption of the EU AI Act. And this is the law on the accountability of those who use artificial intelligence towards those who suffer damages as a result. There's also the UNESCO recommendation on which Serbia participated. Serbia participated in their adoption. This is the framework, and of course I have to go back to GDPR. GDPR was a starting basis because it already contains certain provisions on automatic processing and decision-making that also refers to AI models and applies already within our law on personal data protection. And if there is nothing else, we have those basic provisions of our law that will be applicable together with the ethical guidelines, which are not mandatory but are recommended. And the most important thing is the interplay between the two acts, the AI Act on the one hand and the GDPR on the other. They rely on each other. I mentioned that some additional the right to information has been adopted. Also, the right that is the obligation, privacy by design by default. Persons who develop systems have to create the system starting from the maximum protection of personal data. So these laws intersect in those fields. Also, the assessment of effect on personal data protection. The draft law that is publicly accessible shows us that this will remain an obligation, but it is mentioned in the context of high-risk systems. And if we look at the definition of the high-risk systems in the EU legislation, we can see that this category is wider than the previous processing for which the influence assessment is mandatory. We have this practice of our commissioner. We can see which activities these are, and it is narrower than what is regarded as the AI system. So the law will expand the implementation of this assessment of effects. We will follow the wave that is going on in the European Union like it happened with GDPR. So I expect that once this law is adopted, that we will adopt a national law, whether in a year or 2 years. And since this resembles GDPR and relies on GDPR, it's only more complex because of the technology. Alexander, you're on the other side. I would not say the opposite side, but you see this, you view this from a different angle. So what happens when you listen to this? What does this framework look to you? Irina mentioned that regulators cannot catch up with the speedy development of technology, and it seems to me that this technology is the speediest so far, and it's the most difficult to catch up with. So what's your view on those frameworks, which are really fresh, and how much are they lagging behind practice, and what will happen? They will always lag behind. They will lag behind forever. I have to say that I do not trust legal regulations as a solution to that problem. I'm not talking about anarchy. I'm talking about a big difference between you may not and you must not. So what does this mean? If you send your data to a company and say, I do not want to participate in this, and this company has a lot of benefit from using your data, you will say, I don't want them to be used, while the other side says, I will not, and uses the model. And this is it. The story ends. So as long as there is a possibility for the data to be used, they will be used, and it will be more difficult to prove that they were actually used in the system. Let me be clear how far this can go. I will give you a banal example. For example, you open a Facebook page and you have your username and password, and you expect the other side to keep your data. And you say, well, such a big company would not come into a situation to use your data for something. And, for example, it will not keep your password in an open format. What happens? You log in, you send your password to the server. It goes through several servers, and there's the server log, and any of the administrators, and there must be an administrator who monitors the system, can see your password. You do not trust the company. In other words, you're trusting the person who is sending at an office, at a desk, and if it pays to this person to sell your data, they will sell this data. And let me not be too discouraging. There is, of course, a solution for those problems. I deal with the field that is trying to solve those problems. There are systems which will ensure that, not that somebody must not, but that they cannot use your systems, your data. If I can prove that I know the password, but I don't want to tell you the password, it boils down to the exchange of messages. The other side has no way of using the data. So the solution is not in the legal regulation, but in cryptography that can solve it in some other way. I agree, but again, we have this problem. Irina mentioned this. Why have we waited for such a long time for the harmonization of this text between the Parliament and the Council? We cannot fight innovation. It does not pay. And that's why we waited for such a long time for that, and we have a text where there are so many differences. The text that was, there are big differences between the text of 2021 and the latest text, and they included some new provisions after ChatGPT, and some provisions that are trying to strike a balance, because there will be separate rules for research, for using already collected data for research purposes, and regulatory sandboxes will be set up, and there will be separate rules regarding punishment of medium-sized companies and large companies that will develop AI systems. And they're trying to strike a fine balance between the two. So Alexander is right. We should not fight this. We should try to find a solution on the side of technology, but also on the side of the law to continue with innovations. Alexander is an excellent cue. Alexander has given us an excellent cue for cryptography, for encryption. Since I would like us to talk about the privacy of data in the development of AI systems. when it comes to those frameworks, to what extent is it envisaged that somebody can include encryption? And Maria, you mentioned privacy by default in design. What does this mean? I would like you to say something more about this after Irina. But the models that Alexander has mentioned, you were talking about data. Data is very important in designing AI models. What are the critical aspects to which we should pay attention during the designing of those systems, and how did those frameworks refer to them? And I would like to hear Irina to say something about encryption and something that prevents encryption that prevents the system administrator to see our passwords. Is it covered well, or more or less, or less in the regulations that we have mentioned so far?
Right. So on the one hand, I do agree with Alexander because, like, my background is both legal and technical. So the technical hat that I'm wearing agrees with Alexander, and then the legal hat that I'm wearing agrees with Maria when she thinks and she talks about the regulatory perspective. Here, to kind of find a middle ground between both of them, I don't think that from a legal perspective we can introduce cryptography per se in a document, specifically because if we want to make regulation future-proof, how can we make sure that cryptography is going to be the panacea or the answer to our issue today and 10 years from now? So this is why regulation sometimes is more ambiguous or uses terms such as, let's create an ethical framework, let's build transparency, let's build explainability, because 10 years from now, explainability and transparency might be ensured not through cryptography, for example, but through other instruments, because cryptography is looked at as an specific instrument per se, not something that can be universally applicable and future-proof in itself. This is why, from my perspective, I do understand why regulation doesn't use specific examples and tries to be as abstract as possible, but at the same time without leaving too much space for interpretation. But I also do understand why, from a technical perspective, it would be so much easier to just say, let's use a technical tool or like an instrument to solve all these issues and not write hundreds of documents or hundreds of pages of legal documents that are going to explain in very ambiguous terms something that technically can be solved incredibly easy. So yeah, I guess to me it's difficult to say to side with one side or the other, the regulators and the innovators or the developers, but I'm trying to understand the perspective of both and to showcase a middle ground for both of them, I guess. Thank you.
Maria?
Yes, Maria, you mentioned privacy by default and some other things that are critical in the development of AI systems from the legal point of view. Yes, the draft that is currently available dedicates a lot of attention to technical measures, to systems, and these are the obligations that will apply to high-risk systems because they are regulated in the strictest terms. But again, we rely on the main principles of GDPR, and they are counting on the creation of the system during the development in such a way that it prevents the violations of personal data and its harmonization with the general principles. So I think that the law dedicates a lot of attention to the technical aspects of those violations, reports of incidents, and this is something that we as lawyers understand the least. But for sure, a lot of attention is dedicated to this, especially in the domain of systems that are very risky, as for Gen AI. And this is something that we still have to see in practice. Since it's been only a couple of days since the draft has been published, we still have not been able to read it thoroughly. But I think that it is trying to achieve some balance. It will apply stricter rules for high-risk systems because they can result in greater consequences. But again, some balance has to be found and apply less stricter measures for some other systems that are not so high risk. Alexander, you have mentioned technologies that you use and which you're working on. And I would like to know, in the systems that you're developing, how do you view privacy and what kind of connection can you make between Web3 generative AI and how do you see it in development, especially from the aspect of data privacy? Let me make an introduction connecting it to the previous question. Regulations can exist, but if it is oriented towards making it an obligation for the other side to process and keep data in a particular way, while having such an interface towards the user, enabling the user to use the system only in the legally defined way. So, what is Web3 at all? This has become a very popular word, but what is this? Well, historically speaking, Web 1 was a system where we could have a one-sided talk with the server and just see the pages. Web 2 has already made it possible to generate content. We can send an image or a post, and we generate content by adding content to the server. Web 3 introduces the privacy concept, decentralization of data and systems, and introduces a world where distrust is something that goes without saying. It again sounds like anarchy, but the system is made in such a way that it makes it an obligation for all players to play honestly. So nobody benefits from fooling the system, from cheating the system, and cryptography is there to ensure that even if they try, they will not be able to. So what it is all about? There are two topics in cryptography that can cover this problem. Encryption of data, which exists ever since cryptography has been created. What is new? We have the option of homomorphous cryptography. What does this mean in practice? We can perform the operations that we can perform on encrypted data. So not on our personal data, but on the encrypted data, which means that we will not be in a situation to send an image to a server, asking it to modify the image. We send an encrypted image. It works on the encrypted image and sends it back. So our data is never open. There's, of course, a limitation preventing it from coming to life and being widely used, but this is something that is going on. There's another thing, something that I mentioned regarding proof. If we can prove a claim to another party, we don't have to uncover the data that we use to make that claim. What does this mean in practice? If you want to prove that you're an adult in a cafe and get alcohol, you will give them your ID. And on your ID, in addition to your year of birth, they can also see the full date of birth, your address. Well, it's slightly more difficult now, but also other information, your personal number, etc., etc. But how else can you prove it apart from showing them the document? Zero cryptography makes it possible for you to partially reveal information. I can give them part of the document, proving that this belongs to that document, but not giving anything else. One of the prototypes that we worked on, for example, imagine an airport. You come with your passport, and instead of the other side seeing all your data, they can only see the country that you're coming from. You get a certificate signed from the Interior Ministry or whoever, and you just present a small piece of evidence. You don't need the internet. And the other side can, with great probability, the probability of 99.9999, know that you have a valid document without you showing all other data. What's the connection with the generative models? In theory, we can create the machine learning generative model where we will do the following. One side can send information, and the other side can guarantee that this algorithm has been developed using that data and give you the result. And encryption ensures that you're working on encrypted data. And if you connect those things, you will come up with a necessary technology. Technology is lagging behind. Still, encryption is a topical issue, and quantum-resistant cryptography. Once the quantum-resistant once the quantum computers appear, a lot of our efforts will be in vain, and we will have this quantum-resistant cryptography, and we will be safe.
These are semi-science fiction stories. So I can imagine regulators, how they think about that while you're saying this, and how they're trying to keep pace with that. So I would just make a reference to a regulatory aspect, but the local aspect. You know, we have mentioned, Maria, that we have ethical guidelines for the development of AI. And as somebody who is advising clients, what are the most important elements that you discussed? So what do you suggest in discussions with your clients when it comes to the development of AI systems or some products at the local level? So what is happening in Serbia? So when we were talking about GDPR and warning about that before the adoption of our law, the situation was similar to the one that we have now. We have the extended, bearing in mind the extended application of AI, and bearing in mind that fines can go up to 7% of the total global turnover of a group, or 35 million. We're talking about forbidden systems. So it's maybe much more important to educate clients initially about the fact that some of them can be the subject of the implementation of AI Act once it is adopted. And because under that act, it can be applied to persons outside the EU if they are developing a model that will be on the EU market, or if the outputs of the system will be used in the EU. So we are educating clients for the time being, and we touch upon this always by performing our job, and we pay attention to ethical guidelines. They were adopted in 2023. They're not binding, but they set some basic principles, and they contain questionnaires that somebody who is developing a system can go through and see whether they are aligned with the basic principles according to ethical guidelines. So we're pointing to that when we talk to our clients. If they are working on the developing on the AI systems, so they're not binding, but it's some kind of indicator of good practice, and we are preparing clients in advance. We did that also in the case of GDPR, based on these ethical guidelines, or based on what we know about about AI Act, and maybe we could use this time to prepare for this act and to develop systems that will be aligned with the AI Act once it is adopted, if they know that they will place their markets on the EU market. So that's what we do. Particularly when we work with startups, we are indicating this. Irina. Irina is coming from Moldova. What is the situation in the application of certain guidelines for the development of AI system and the regulations at the local level, national level, if I may put it that way?
Yeah, so actually it's so great to hear what you guys are doing in Serbia. You're doing great, and compared to you, Moldova is a very, very, I would say, young player on the regulatory agenda when it comes to artificial intelligence. We do have a quite robust data ecosystem, so in terms of GDPR implementations, we are good. But when it comes to artificial intelligence, we have a very raw framework here. This is basically my mandate at the Ministry of Economic Development and Digitalization. I'm supposed to oversee the design and development of the regulatory framework for artificial intelligence. And at this point, we are at our very, very first iteration for it. Only this past September, we finally adopted the National Strategy for Digital Transformation. And as part of that strategy, we do have a component that relates to artificial intelligence, design, development, deployment, and use, specifically in the public sector. So we are currently working on the development of a program for that implementation. But when it comes to alignment with international standards, well, unfortunately, the EU AI Act, when it's going to come into force, hopefully very soon, it won't be directly applicable to Moldova because we're not the EU member state. However, the Council of Europe Framework Convention on Artificial Intelligence, Human Rights, Rule of Law, and Democracy is going to be applicable for the Republic of Moldova. The difference, again, is that the Framework Convention will only set a framework of standards and principles that are going to be applicable for the member states, as compared to rights and obligations that will fall under the EU AI Act. But with the candidacy status of the Republic of Moldova to the EU, hopefully in the future, the EU AI Act will also be applicable to us. But also similar to Serbia, in terms of ethical guidelines, Moldova has also endorsed the UNESCO AI recommendation on AI. So our regulatory framework that we're currently working on is aligned to those, also to the universal principles for artificial intelligence and the OECD AI principles. So we're trying to look ahead, and when at this point designing our regulatory framework, we're looking to already have it aligned with the international standards and the European standards for the regulatory frameworks on artificial intelligence, so that when we reach that point, when we do become a member state, our frameworks are already going to be aligned enough with the international standards. But again, going back to my speech when I started today, just having a regulatory framework isn't enough. Literacy is incredibly important, because otherwise you will just end up with a document or with a bunch of legal documents that nobody is going to understand how to use and how to enforce, which is why on the one hand we are working on building a framework and a regulation. On the other hand, we're working to build a nationwide literacy program for artificial intelligence and digital skills largely per se. And we are looking to in the upcoming months to pilot several trainings for artificial intelligence for public servants, because this is our key audience that we're trying to target as a first step, and to see if this works, then to scale it down to the society at large. So fingers crossed for that. But we are looking ahead with and being optimistic that, although being a fairly young player on the regulatory and the AI European landscape, I guess, we are trying to build momentum and to harness the potential that Moldova is a bit of a digital unicorn in a way when it comes to how many startups we have here and how many developers we have here, and to building on that, to use that potential to also build momentum on artificial intelligence. So yeah, this is where we're at.
Thank you, Irina. You mentioned this paper form of a document, particularly if it's a non-binding document, because I come from practice. Its implementation is never a priority. I will privatize this conversation after the panel. But before I ask my last question related to pop culture, I will give the floor to the audience for their questions, if there are questions. So we have max 5 minutes. Okay, I can skip my question. And if there are online questions?
Very interesting. I'm just going to do it out of respect for our English-speaking panelists. As someone who has in-depth knowledge from the receiving end, unfortunately, of misuse of personal information for social engineering, intimidating purposes, I can attest to the scary reality that you have referenced. referencing Minority Report, that it's already happening. To uncover potential corporate espionage, companies are already using what I have coined in the era of Corona, based on the title and the concept of the movie, mentioned at the very beginning, minority reporting, prosecuting people for crimes they didn't commit without any evidence, but based on someone's personal professional competencies as a developer, hacker, whatever, that they might commit. So if we are using references from the movie industry, I just hope that we can agree that this reality is not going towards the idiocracy era, the dystopic, truly dystopic era that is also a very ancient movie from this perspective, made in 2006. So I tried to make it very clear and concise. It was just a comment, but it kind of summarizes all of your points. Thank you very much.
Another question, još jedno pitanje smo imali ovdje.
I'm Deputy Ombudsman of the City of Kraljevo. Just briefly, as a comment. And Irena mentioned that this is creativity that is being smothered. We had a panel on video surveillance, and we mentioned that there is unlawful video surveillance in schools. And believe me that this will destroy the creativity of children in this manner, and that's the violation of the right to freedom of thinking and expression. And I would like to mention a shortcoming of our personal data protection law. There are two acts on which basis this law was adopted. This is General Directive and Police Directive. And our law has literally integrated these two directives into one law. And we have this problem related to the protection of data subjects. In criminal investigations, and we all know that this. Do we have a question here for the panelists, or it's just a comment? Question for panelists? I would just like to say that I wanted to add something, but bearing in mind that our law on personal data protection provides just for the consent, will there be a new regulation, since this consent is just the explicit action confirming personal data processing? And what's lacking is the right to information. Our law does not provide for consent only. It's one of the bases for the legal processing of personal data. Principles that are set by GDPR and by our law are going towards necessary consent, which is based on will. And if the other side can say that the other party can say that they were forced to give consent, for example, in the employer-employee relationship, and consent is not the best for such a situation, GDPR and our law also provide for other bases like legitimate interest, which is often abused. And there is also impact assessment if it's necessary to prove the balance between the need and the purpose. And we were talking about generative models and how this will work in that context. It's difficult to justify that OpenAI has legitimate interest in using our data to increase its profit. I'm receiving these signs like cut it. So I would like to thank all the panelists. I would like to thank Irina in Moldova, and thank you all who were with us today. Thank you, Peđa. Actually, we missed all the time targets, but we will make it. I would like to thank the panelists, and we are coming back very soon. We will be back with the panel. Future is already here. In some 10 minutes, we will continue.
Hi there. Oh, good. You can hear me. You know how long we'll be on?
Dobar dan, dobrodošli nazad. Bili smo...
Good afternoon and welcome back. We were quick and now I will announce the panel. As I said before, the future is already here and I will give the floor to the moderator of this panel, Nevena Rušić, an expert in the field of privacy protection. I'll leave it to you, Nevena, to announce your interlocutor in the best possible way. Our interlocutor is Dr. Anne Chavokian, a PhD Executive Director at Global Privacy and Security by Design Center and former Information Privacy Commissioner of Ontario. Nevena, the floor is yours. Thank you, and thank you for making this the panel that ends, that marks the ending of Privacy Week 2024. Large part of the panel was dedicated to some current issues, GDPR, and the AI Act, the provision of which we will read and analyze and which we will learn about. And although we're going towards the future, this is something that happened in 2010 and which marked the beginning of it all. I will hold this conversation in English in order for my dear interlocutor, Anne Chavokian, and I to be able to communicate better, because half an hour is not enough for such an interlocutor. Anne Chavokian is a psychologist. She is specialized in criminal law and using the creativity which most of us we hope that AI is going to make up for something that is very repetitive, and that is cooking. She came up with Privacy by Design that found its way into different regulations. And I will switch to English and talk directly to Anne.
Being with us, it is a tremendous privilege to be the one picked to host this talk. I want to start actually with a question. We all know, and I hope the audience know your background, that you were Data Commissioner of Ontario in Canada, that you also actually the creator or the thinker of Privacy by Design principles. So back in 2010, when these principles were endorsed by the Privacy Commissioner at their annual convention of Privacy and Data Protection Commissioners, how visionary this work and how difficult it was to persuade the commissioners themselves to think ahead and to be ever present with these principles.
It was not easy. Thank you for that question. When I was first appointed Privacy Commissioner of Ontario, Canada, for 3 terms, but when I first started, it was really interesting because, as I said, I'm not a lawyer, as you said. I'm a psychologist. I studied my PhDs in psychology and law, but I didn't graduate as a lawyer. So when I started with the office, which was full of brilliant lawyers. They wanted to tell me how they were applying the privacy laws to privacy infractions, data breaches, etc. All very valuable. But what I also wanted was something proactive, ideally that could prevent the privacy-related harms from arising to begin with. So on my own, literally over 3 nights at my kitchen table, I created Privacy by Design, which is all about trying to prevent the privacy harms from arising and ensuring that you can have both privacy and data utility, privacy and security. It's not a zero-sum game. Get rid of the dated either-or, win-lose, zero-sum model and substitute what's called positive sum, privacy and data utility, etc. That way, it appeals to businesses, it appeals to governments, because you're not saying you can't have any use of the data. You're saying you can't use the data when it contains personal identifiers. If you remove the personal identifiers proactively by design, then you're free to use the data in multiple ways. So I went into the office, sold it to my lawyers, if you will, and explained that Privacy by Design is not trying to replace privacy laws. It's trying to minimize the use of them because we're minimizing the number of egregious privacy harms that arise. So that's how it all started.
Thank you very much. And I think it's very important what you mentioned is that these principles are everlasting. So we need to adjust. It's not that we cannot use data. It's not that we cannot process. As long as we know the purpose of data processing, we can adjust this purpose to personal data, being aware that at the end there is a person whose rights may be infringed. And you also mentioned this balancing. I also, just to conclude with this question, is that these principles, it's not only that they found their way in General Data Protection Regulation, though the principles themselves listed, those 7 principles are not in the article, but whoever dealt with privacy by design and by default is very much aware of what those single principles are. But it's also an ISO standard in 2022. So how this actually adds to privacy, but also security measures and protection?
Well, I had great success with it in time, and I think you mentioned in 2010, it was unanimously passed as an international standard by the International Assembly of Privacy and Data Protection Commissioners. And then, as you know, it was included in the GDPR in 2018, Privacy by Design. This was huge because everyone follows what Europe is doing. And the General Data Protection Regulation, in including Privacy by Design, made great headway for people listening to it. And I think part of the appeal, certainly to businesses, is privacy and security. You can't have privacy without security. It's one of the 7 foundational principles of Privacy by Design. I always say the term privacy subsumes a broader set of protections than security alone. But in this day and age, if you don't have a strong foundation in security, you're not going to have any privacy because there's hackers abounding. They're brilliant. They'll break into your systems. So security is a critical part of privacy. You must have both. And that's what I outline in the 7 foundational principles of Privacy by Design. And we've had great luck with this. And I should tell you, recently, just last year, Privacy by Design was declared as an ISO standard by the International Standards Organization, which is huge. And now I've been getting calls. I mean, I get calls regularly anyway, but now I get calls from all around the world, people who are following ISO. So I think we're having great success with it.
Yeah, I think we all share this impression that it is a huge success. And especially nowadays when we are so focused on artificial intelligence, but we tend to address the issues on a matter of technology. And these principles help us to take a view more holistically and to think of how to apply. So having in mind privacy by design principles and the work you have been doing in privacy, but also, as you said, security, because it's not either or, what would be your messages when it comes to application of artificial intelligence also the advantages, if there are, in the terms of the use,
Yes.
and also disadvantages, or to put it more straightforwardly, threats to persons.
And you're right, AI is exploding now. Artificial intelligence is everywhere. We're just starting, and it will continue to grow. And I agree with you. There are enormous advantages to AI, so many positives that will offer assistance to the medical community, to hospitals, to patients, to individuals in search of various things. So it's not that I'm opposed to AI, just like I'm not opposed to security, but I want people who are using AI to embed privacy protective measures proactively in the AI that they use. You've all heard of OpenAI. There's now this company called Private AI that uses the benefits of AI, but in a privacy protective manner, meaning before you release all this and let the AI abound at various databases, you have to first ensure that personal identifiers are not just shared widely and distributed to everyone without the consent of the data subjects. And we know consent is never obtained in AI when it goes to hundreds, sometimes thousands of databases to extract information. Not acceptable. You have to have some notion of privacy embedded into the system. And that's what they're doing now everywhere. They're doing this in the EU, in the United States, hopefully in Serbia. I mean, everywhere this is growing, that we're not opposed to AI, but like everything else, we want it combined, positive sum, with privacy and data protection. And quite frankly, that doesn't exist right now. It's just beginning. And all these laws are being developed all around the world, and they're beginning to address these issues. I'm guessing it's going to take a little bit of time. But if your company or your government department is thinking of using AI, please keep that in mind. You have to look under the hood first. What data is being accessed in all of these AI applications? Is it just all kinds of data extracted from, let's say, government databases, which contain personal identifiers? Of course. You have to extract them. Find a way to automatically delete those, get it out of the picture. Then you're free to use the data in a variety of ways that can be very helpful in terms of AI, et cetera, and other uses of the data. But you must keep in mind that personally identifiable data is not something that should be subject to AI without consent. And there's never consent that's obtained in these matters because it goes automatically to existing databases. So let's work together and weave that in to all of these processes. You have to have some ability to de-identify the data. It's critical.
Mm. And I think that brings us to actually to basic, that whenever we end up processing data or personal data, we actually first need to articulate our need. And I think this is actually the toughest piece of this task, to articulate what we want to achieve. And once we do it, and unfortunately reality shows us that it's usually not the case, we start gathering data and then we think of different purposes. One of the examples is that the use of facial recognition technology, that we use the data just because there is a sense of security that will be within amongst the society, and therefore we would use this technology instead of articulating whether the crime rate is higher or whether our capacities may not be up to the task. And then we realize that we actually need personal data to process in order to implement such a system. But thinking ahead, what would be your words to regulators? Because there is a sense that we are chasing up, that we try to adjust to technology. As lawyers, we are trying to catch up, but this is a task that we cannot achieve easily, right? And usually it's impossible. So what would be the message to regulators?
I would first start with something you referenced earlier, facial recognition. This is a nightmare. Facial recognition, in terms of one to many, meaning my face compared to thousands of other faces, this is a nightmare in terms of no accuracy. In the UK, in England, they've been doing facial recognition. They've got cameras all over the streets in the UK. And a conservative estimate of the inaccuracy of the facial recognition is 83%. Can you imagine 83% of the matches are incorrect? So they're going to identify you or me as having committed some crime. Can you imagine? And I was talking like this at a conference recently, and someone came up to me afterwards and they said, that's actually gone up to 86% inaccuracy. I mean, it's unthinkable. Who can do that? So one-to-one facial recognition is fine. My face compared to the picture on the passport, my passport when I go to the airport, one-to-one, no problem. But one-to-many is what proliferates, your face being compared to thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of faces, and that's where you get 83% inaccuracy. It's completely unacceptable. So what I say to people, and people who want to do AI, there are enormous benefits to AI, there's no question, but don't use facial recognition, first of all, get rid of that. There's just too much risk associated with that. And then let's work from there and see what other personal identifiers may be in existence. How can we get rid of them? That's the ideal thing. Now, of course, you can obtain consent for the use of personal identifiers, but that's rarely done in any kind of meaningful way when you're dealing with AI, because it's going to hundreds, thousands of databases and just extracting massive amounts of personal information. So there's no time for consent. It's out the door. So just always look under the hood, I say, before you use AI and see what's going on in terms of the kind of information that is being gathered and accessed and how it will be used.
Thank you. One of the last listed, but not the least important, of course, principle is user-centered, taking into account that there is a person behind. Could you tell us more about the importance of that particular principle for employing artificial intelligence, but also for any personal data processing?
I'm so glad you brought it up, user-centric. What user-centric means is it focuses on the user, the data subject. Why? Because the personal information associated with the user, the data subject, it's my information. You have to obtain my consent before you can use that information for a variety of other purposes. And unless you're the police, for example, law enforcement, and you've gone to court and gotten a warrant because you have a case against me that I committed a crime. With a court order, that's something different, but that rarely happens. Usually, your personal information is just extracted and used because somebody suspects that you may be involved in something. That is completely unacceptable. And that's what I want to drive home. The reason the user is so important, privacy is all about freedom. You have to have the freedom to decide if you want to have your personal information used or to whom you wish to have it disclosed. This is critical. And once people understand that you're protecting their privacy, then they're happy to release the data to you. As you know, my Privacy by Design framework, we now create Privacy by Design certification, which means if you're a business, for example, you can come to me and say, I think I'm doing Privacy by Design. Can you come and take a look at it? I'd like to get certified. So I work with KPMG to deliver on that. And once we give a company the go-ahead, yes, you have Privacy by Design certification, they've come back to me and said, this has been fabulous. It builds trust like no other with my customers. And so they continue to flock in, and it attracts new business. It's a win-win. That's what Privacy by Design is all about. Win-win, not win-lose, not zero-sum, but positive-sum. And we can do this, but you have to keep the user in mind because it's the user's personal data. It's not someone else's to make decisions about. It's the user who has to consent or not make decisions relating to the use and disclosure of the data. That underscores their freedom to operate in this world.
Thank you. And could I ask you exactly because of the examples that you mentioned, is this being thrilled after implementing privacy by design principles due to their genuine understanding of the right, or because it's easy to comply with the, is it easier to comply with the legal provisions that we may not understand, or with principles that we ourselves accept as inherent?
I would suggest that privacy by design is actually quite easy to implement, because if you're a company or a government department, all you have to do is take a look at what's in the data in terms of personal identifiers linked to individuals. Personally identifiable information, name, social insurance number, things of that nature directly related to the data subject. And once you have that information, then you go to the data subject and you obtain their consent. And if they don't consent to it, you can't use their data. But if they do consent to it, or if they say you can use my data as long as you extract the personal identifiers, which you can do on your own anyway, because once the personal identifiers are removed from the actual data, then you don't have privacy concerns. The data are just data, it could be anybody's, and then you are free to use it. You are only restricted in terms of its use is when it's linked to personal identifiers such as my name, social insurance number, etc. And that's what I try to drive home when I speak to businesses. I often get asked to speak to boards of directors, and I walk in, the CEO is there, and they're never happy to see me because they think I'm going to shut them down or something. And I always say to them, give me 10 minutes. Let me show you how privacy can work to your advantage and enhance your data quality. And then they wake up and they're all positive and you can do that? I say, yes, it's not zero sum. We're not suggesting you can't do anything. We're suggesting that when you protect privacy and personal identifiers linked to your data, then it enhances the data quality. You can get rid of the personal identifiers and then do whatever you want with the data. It's a win-win. And that's a difficult message to get across because it hasn't been conveyed very strongly. So that's what I'm trying to do.
Yes, thank you. I also share that it's difficult to advocate for privacy, not only using negative wording, but fear and threats, and somebody can abuse data, but as a value-based argument that we actually need privacy for the person, for the business, but also for exercising other rights. So, and this whole event is under the title Choose Privacy, and many would claim that privacy is dead. But what are your thoughts about? Is it dead, and why it's not? And how we persuade other businesses or maybe even governments that are reluctant to adopt privacy principles, privacy by design principles. How are we going to take them on our side to fight for privacy, or not fight for privacy, but to secure privacy?
It's funny, I tweet every morning the latest stories of the day, and invariably someone tweets back and says, lady, give this up, that ship has sailed, privacy is dead. And I say, are you kidding me? Get another ship. You don't give up on privacy, on freedom, just because it's difficult. So then they tweet back to me and they say, oh, we didn't know that. How do we do it? So it's a total misunderstanding. There's no question surveillance is mounting dramatically. There's no question about that. But what is also mounting are the number of people who are very concerned about their privacy. They contacted me all the time. There's enormous concern for privacy, that people want this preserved in their lives. And that's why I like to convey that this is possible. I'm not saying it's easy, but it is definitely possible. And I work with companies and government departments to show them how they can de-identify the data, work together with me or whoever they want to comfort, if you will, the citizens or customers of businesses, that you can still work with me, work with my business, and not be concerned about your privacy. I have great respect for you, respect for your freedom, respect for your personal information, which you can choose to completely wipe out, and then I just have the data I'm working with. There are so many ways this can be done. We haven't even talked about encryption. Encryption is amazing. There's end-to-end encryption now, all kinds of encryption. And so it is indeed possible to protect your data and allow the business to operate in ways that it intends to operate. So don't be swayed by the people who are saying privacy is dead. You're going to hear that a lot. Send them to me, and I'll tell them it's alive and thriving. We can do this. We have to preserve our freedoms.
Exactly. So we choose our privacy. So it's definitely not dead. And we still continue to be persistent on enjoying it. So that will be the message of our talk. Any last idea or words of comfort apart from that privacy is not dead for us? Any suggestions or mode of work that we might think of?
I always like to remind people of my own background. I'm Armenian, but I was born in Cairo, and my parents came to Canada when I was 4 years old because there was no freedom anymore once the government changed in Egypt. And if you look at the Armenian history, we had a genocide in 1915. People thought that was it. There's not going to be any more Armenia. There's a very strong Armenia. You always need to fight back. And that's what I urge people to do. That's my background. That's why I am so strong on fighting back to preserve our freedom, despite the fact that the odds are against it. There's no question. I'm not saying it's easy, but I'm saying it's essential. A world without freedom is not worth living in. And in order to have freedom, you must have a solid basis of privacy. That's what I'm encouraging people to remember. And what I'm finding in my talks now, in terms of the audience, more and more people care deeply about their privacy. In the past, I used to explain why it was important. I don't have to do that anymore. People are very deeply concerned about their privacy, and they want me to show them how they can protect it. And I'm always happy to do so. You can go to my website, you can do various things. So let's not forget that privacy is essential to freedom, and we must have both. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anne. I think this is actually excellent wording to end this week. Thank you very much for being with us. We enjoyed your thoughts, and we, of course, follow your work for many years and will still continue. Inspire us, please.
Thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll be going now. Thank you.
Sorry, we interpreters are not receiving sound in the booth for the closing remarks. Okay, it's okay now. It's okay, it's okay. So once again, dear Nevena, dear Anne, thank you. It was really great honor to listen to your discussion and in a way be part of this discussion. And I think there is no better way to say goodbye to all of you who spent the last 3 days with you, who were listening to us, watching us, reading us, and together with us choosing privacy in different fields. We hope that we have fulfilled your expectations. You have definitely fulfilled our expectations when it comes to interest in different topics, and that's why we will try to be even better and more topical next year. Thanks to donors, thanks to partners, and all those who contribute to a week of privacy the way it looked like the past 3 days. Until next January, follow the work of Partner Serbia on our social media channels, on the website, through the media. Always choose privacy and request the competent authorities to broaden your privacy, because privacy must not have a price. Goodbye.